We'll get to it.
Mine's are live.
Yeah, I love this. Yard signs.
Yeah. And see, so then we're doing this, like I talked with Rotary, we're doing the partnership with them. They're gonna have those in the.
You're a wonderful.
Stuff popping up.
Nice.
So we might even take some student, some high school student groups with a bunch of posters.
Yeah.
The streets and say, will you claim this?
Yeah, I'm
Hopefully,
following in
the
order.
divisive stuff will come down.
JK Terrier, Paramount used to be our old farm.
Oh, did you see that they found a picture of me
Yeah.
and Jeremy?
Where did you Where did you?
Well, in those days.
A bigger you.
Objection to this. And I find it so funny to go in there. Oh my God, it's. I don't get it. Christina? or-
Yeah, well, I did, it's. And I get her good morning, so did you? But it was nice that I know she went, she did not go to the.
I did.
She was there. On you. And I said, "But she didn't record it." I said, "That's perfectly fine. There's nothing to discuss. And you didn't have to do that." And I was like, "Oh, well."
Yeah, I feel like they're like, they would have been.
Basketball showed me.
Chairs over there. I would have moved our council first if I were you.
Pig piling a little bit. On this.
The CDS.
Pig piling a little bit on this.
Oh, well.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, I saw.
Oh, they do.
Morning.
That's happened. Go tell them.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah. Well.
Hello.
He was born in Cleveland. Matty Gold Cubs. Yeah. Yeah. And probably. Anyway. We got to go to the 81, 82 out there.
How you been?
Been good. I'm gonna sit next to you. How about it?
Yeah, good.
Move around.
Oh, yeah, I'm trying to wake up.
Ready for you? I was up until 10 or a little later than that.
How's my voice? Because we spoke on the phone. Did I lie to you? Or is my word good?
Your word is very good.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Your word is very good.
Thanks so much.
No.
Sir.
That'd be good for the budget.
Allegedly.
And we, on the agenda, we removed the pledge because we thought we were gonna be at the coffee place and we don't have a flag,
Yeah.
but we can just throw it in. That's why.
Is that kosher?
How's everybody doing? Good to see you. I've seen you too, Dave.
Long time no see.
Yeah. Lefty had a pretty good last couple of days. Got the camp and really good. It was fun. When I invited Steve and Scott to play, but they were a little scared. Towards the end where the kids singing the songs, did they have a? They calmed down. There were some girls dancing. There really was. It really was. It was pretty funny. Parents though. Parents are the ones that were like requesting all this 30-year-old parents, you know. Oh, really? Yeah.
Have you seen the Elvis movie already?
Yeah.
Did you like it? Do you approve of it?
Yeah, I did like it.
We're live on,
Took a few liberties.
we're live on YouTube now.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're here.
Brian,
You're there.
what happens when you arrive late? You don't get to sit next to me.
Oh, I know. She gets an award. Yeah.
Oh.
What if I think I'm right on time. I just looked up straight. Just kind of didn't get up in time, but I don't know. It's like, oh, I'm really close. I could just. And then I worry about it. Yeah, then I'm like diddling and I'm like, oh my gosh, I gotta go.
Yes.
John's home. John went home last night.
Yeah, I sent him an email.
Hmm?
With that email says,
Yeah,
that's
that
good.
way I'm paper shuffling. This is really good news. Not what I do.
Should I close that? Yes, Brian, that'd be great. Thank you. Okay, we are on YouTube now, so we're an official. First thing we're gonna do is pledge allegiance with Director Dar. Yeah, call the word. Oh, call over. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Few things are different on there because of the move, so thanks for being adaptable. As you can tell, it's, kind of a busy morning, just making sure we know what's going on this afternoon. You can see me during break. I can fill you in. I think everybody knows where we're at. You can see everything going on there. Just really quick on the reviewing the agenda. We do have some business things we have to take care of. It's been a while since we've met. Obviously, the new hires, resignations, Dr. Phillips is going to speak to that. The Rene Field grant, I'll speak to that. The resolution for the destination of signatures is something that's a business thing we have to do. Have Dr. Phillips first, Scott speak to that. We'll have a quick break. When we come back, then Scott and Steve are going to work through some policies. We'll probably try to trim down the time on that for sure. Scott thinks he can do that. And then we'll have another quick break. And then Steve will be speaking to legal support and help. And then we will have a presentation from Bridge and Bolster, and we'll try to get them to trim that time down so we can have a little bit more time on board goals. So as we're going through, try to be thinking of the things that we've been challenged on as far as board goal. It's been a long time since we've met, and it's a long time since we've been in a situation to have a discussion about things like this. So let's make it a great day, and noon will come pretty quick, and And the rest of the day will be what it is. So, and welcome to the new members. Shelley and Ron, thank you so much for joining us. Really our first official meeting with us all together. So it's awesome. And thank you guys for Scott, thanks for coming to our district. Really appreciate you, and Tabitha too. So Tabitha's been here a long time. She's just in a new role. So she's the brains behind.
Well, we went to her junior high.
What?
We went to the junior high. It was named after her.
Oh, okay. So with that said, I'm gonna let Dr. Phillips speak to the new hires and resignations.
Okay, so it's the first page in your packet after the agenda there. As you can see, we're hiring quite a few personnel there right off the top, teachers. So you've got the teacher's name and then where they're going to be placed. And then we've got some administrators that we're bringing on as well. Principals and assistants and special ed person, and of course our director of finance that I think most of you have met. And then if you turn the page, these are the teacher resignations. Effective back in June. And then some administrative resignations effective back in June. Now, the teacher resignation list is not complete here because we are holding some of them 60 days. So the licensing agency in Oregon, if someone, when someone resigns, you can say, okay, we need to hold you for 60 days before we can find somebody. So because we're so close to the school year starting, we don't have much choice. So we are holding some people. So they're not on this list because we're not gonna let them go yet. And as soon as we let them go, we'll put them on the list. So that's our hires and resignations list for the packet.
Dr. Phillips, can you just a little bit more go on the so everybody understands why the 60-day thing is in place.
Why it's in place? Well, if we let them, I mean, we had resignations with last week. And so we just don't have time to bring anybody on. And so if we were to honor their resignation and let them go immediately, then we'd have empty classrooms. And so this gives us an extra 60 days to try to find somebody to fill that hole. So it's not ideal. You know, we would love to let them go and let them go on with their career, but kids come first and we need someone in those classrooms.
One thing about that 60-day hold, and as you know, I was on a 60-day hold myself, and I was released after 45 days. And so that would be the same for this district as well. Once we can find a suitable replacement, our intent is not to hold for the full 60 days, because again, folks have expressed an interest or desire to move to another district, and we want to honor that. But the priority, as the state sees it as well, is that the students come first. So if we can find a suitable replacement for individuals as they're leaving the district, then we would release them at that time.
And to be clear, this is a rule or something from the state that we are honoring per their, you know, how they make these contracts, write these contracts and write the ruling on how a teacher leaving a school happens, right?
So it's
It's not something Newburgh.
Oh, no, it's actually through teacher standards and practices.
Got
So
it.
it's through the licensing agency. And it's anybody with a license. So it can be administrators or teachers.
Got it.
Other people can give 2 weeks
Mhm.
that don't have a license.
Right.
Yeah, and as Scott said, some of these might be 10 days if we find someone quick.
Mhm.
But the problem is the person we find, we're probably taking them from some other district
Who's also going to need.
and they're going to trigger their 60-day.
Right.
So it's not ideal.
Okay. I just want to make sure that everyone knows it's clear that it's not something that Newburgh is doing to, you know,
Statewide.
it's statewide. Thank you for clarifying.
Just curious along the same lines, how are we looking on substitute teachers? That was kind of an issue a while back.
Yeah, it'll continue to be an issue. Yeah. They're hard to find. You know, the COVID vaccine mandate is still in place. But yet the way we react to substitutes, the waiver process is still in place. And so if a substitute teacher doesn't want to be vaccinated, they can still fill out the religious waiver or the medical waiver. And we would honor those. Same with volunteers. And so some of those rules have calmed down a bit. And then I think it's fair to say that Newberg's interpretation of some of those rules has probably laxed a bit as well. And so I think we'll get some coming back because they're more because of the waiver process.
Have we tried reaching out to folks who applied for a waiver under the previous administration and weren't granted it? Letting them know that they could try reapplying?
You know, we've reached out to people that I don't have a list, I don't have that specific list, but we've reached out to people that have said they were going to leave the Newburgh School District, whether a sub or an employee, because of the kind of the whole thing. And we reached out to them saying that we're willing to work with them and would love to have them come back. So I'm sure we've reached out to some of those specifically, but I don't have that list.
Okay.
Is it possible to have a communication to the community informing the need of volunteers and substitutes with a very clear message that if they have a religious or medical request for waiving of the vaccine, that will be honored, so that just to make sure that the community understands, since we do have a need for bodies in the buildings, and the community needs to know that. I'd encourage us to communicate that.
Yeah, so Monday, tomorrow, or today's 2 days from now, Monday, my second superintendent video will come out and we speak exactly of that.
Excellent.
Volunteers
that's
and
great.
waivers and that. So it'll come out on Monday.
And what percentage are we filled for teachers right now?
You know, I don't have that exact percentage, but we're in the high 90s.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, we're in the high 90s.
Okay, so I don't want to call it rumor, but any hearings that we have that the Newburgh School District has bled employees and it's empty, that is, can we say that this is not actual, that we actually do have all positions filled except for some that are still open? I guess there is a perception that there has been a very large number of teachers who left and that we do not have enough teachers. Now, I understand that we always need more substitutes and volunteers and also teachers to fill these spots of the 60 days that we are, giving, that have resigned. But I guess I want to make sure that there is that it is stated correctly that the district is not in peril, like some have
the rumors,
liked to post it.
So I think there's definitely truth to the idea that we were bleeding.
Okay,
We lost a lot of people.
okay,
But I think the other side of the story is our HR department has worked really hard. And they have done a great job in stopping the bleeding and then hiring a lot of people, a lot of great people. We had just yesterday, Thursday, we had new staff in service in here in these two rooms. And it was a great opportunity to meet all those people again and talk to them about just being here. We're thankful to have them and they're excited, and I look forward to a lot of good things from them. So, and it was a bigger group than they've had in years past.
and are they in this list here, or is it additional to this list, or not in?
Well, some of them were hired before our last board meeting. So
Got
they
it.
were on that list.
Got it.
Some of them were on this list. But they were all here because they're new to this district.
Okay,
So I think it's fair to say that, yeah, we were bleeding. But I also think it's fair to say that our staff have done a great job in recruiting and bringing people in and being creative on how to fill spots. And we're not totally out of the woods yet, but we've made a lot of progress. They've worked really hard.
okay, thank you.
And I think it's fair to say too, that a lot of other districts are really struggling too. It's not just ours for various reasons as well. So, with getting the newsletter from OSBA, I see all the other districts that are extremely hurting throughout the whole state. So just to make note, it's not just our district, but it's all over the place. I think really even nationwide.
Yeah.
I mean, people are pulling their kids out, and the teachers are leaving and stuff. So
I think Scott had a number, didn't you?
Yeah, there's over 700 openings throughout the state right now in the area of education, whether it's licensed and classified, but those two groups combined get those weekly updates. And so to your point, yes, where it's not unique to Newburgh, that it is statewide, it is nationwide. And yes, we're focused on Newburgh. So
yeah.
we just want to let the folks know that we're all hustling in the education field.
So
Unless-
Scott, you had that statistic. I'm just curious. It seems like the amount of people going into teaching isn't reaching the level that the attrition is. Is that true?
I think so.
Yes, so state of Oregon, ODE, Oregon Department of Education. They've had an initiative now for just prior to COVID, and they want to grow your own, and they are recognizing that more people are leaving the profession as opposed to staying in the profession. So for example, in the state of Washington, if Steve and I were to take jobs up there, we could earn potentially 15 to 20% more than we do here in Oregon. California, that percentage is even greater. If I go east to Idaho, we make more than there, but they recognize that folks are leaving the profession. And you can also see from the college and university side, there aren't nearly as many individuals coming into education like there once was.
And the last thing I'd mention is I had a neighboring superintendent call me the other day, and we took one of their staff and they took one of ours, and we both were holding for 60. And so she was saying, could you forgive mine and I'll forgive yours and we can have them? And in that conversation, and this took place Monday. So in that conversation, she said over the weekend, they had 4 teachers resign.
Yeah.
So we're talking a neighboring district, late August, 4 teachers in one weekend.
Is it
So-
normal to have teachers resign that close to
No.
the start of the school year?
No, this is not a normal year at all. And it's not just Newburgh. Now, I think Newburgh's unique, and I think we've probably been hit harder than most. But this is a problem.
I think you've recovered more than most.
Yeah, they've done a great job.
You've done a great
Is it
job.
fair to say too, that it's not just, you hear everywhere, every business owner is hiring and having a hard time filling that spot. So is it fair to say that the struggle to find an employee is not unique to a school district that?
Oh, yeah, when McDonald's is flying $15 an hour. We pay more than that, but we demand a lot more than that too. So,
Question, I know we're limited by state laws, but I was looking at the qualifications for a substitute to come in, and it seemed like you go through the whole process, and the most you can do is like 60 days in a whole school year. And is there any flexibility because of the need to get more substitutes? And have you heard of any additional flexibility, or can we as a district take more flexibility? Or
I can go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there is flexibility. And TSBC and ODE, they have worked together because they know there's a sub shortage across the state.
okay,
So there are different avenues to do. But it's still tough. People have to have a desire to come, regardless of how easy or how hard it is, they still want to be here. So it's difficult. And I'll be honest, the vaccination mandate didn't help.
no,
So we've got a lot of things to work on.
okay,
Okay, I think, real quick, you guys. I don't feel like Tabitha, they're working for a long time at the high school. It's really normal in public school to have people leave. Happens every year.
Yeah.
Administrators, teachers, and assistants, these guys know way more about it than I do, but I know for Tabitha, I would lose coworkers every year, all the time. I worked under 5 different superintendents. I worked under 13 different principals. And I had coworkers changing all the time. Obviously, with the year, 2 years we've had, it's different, but on the bright side of this, we've also had a lot of people call up and they want to come work for Newburgh. Newburgh's a great town. Newburgh's, they know things are happening here and they want to be here. So, despite some narrative, there's a lot of positives. And so, the other part of that I'd say is, I knew this would happen first time out of the chute. We're going to have to learn today before we're done at noon how to work together. Brian and I have been together 3 years. Rene and Trevor came in last July, like 12th, 13th, 10th or something like that. And Raquel came in later. And then, Ron Shelley, really kind of first time for us. So we're going to have to learn how to work together. Brian and I are in the same boat though. We've been under a very different system and we're love Scott already. So we're going to have to learn how to work with these guys. And so today, by the time we're done at noon, let's just try to say we walked out of here. I'm a coach, so that we've got a couple of plays down how we're going to operate together. And as we roll through stuff, we'll get more efficient. Does that make sense, you guys? Because this is the first time really for all of us to kind of be in the same room and how we're going to listen and talk. They have all the answers. Remember, a lot of times we don't have to type meeting time. And I know for these guys, an email, an appointment if it's really serious. And so far they look great. You can ask me if you don't have time, I'll come chase them down and stuff. We'll try to learn how to do this over today, this month. So the next thing up here is the Rene Field grant.
Nope. I move that the Newburgh School District Board of Directors approve the consent agenda as presented.
Well, that would be all of these things.
All of it?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
We'll get to those. We have one on that, Stephen. We have seven. They're all in this one thing.
I'm following the order. It's on the page right there.
So just to give you a little point of clarity, and if I'm out of line, Mr. Chairman, forgive me. When you're looking under the consent agenda.
Got it.
For item 4, there's a series that is listed there. And as a board and as the board chair, you have the choice to take them one at a time, or we can talk about them all the way through, which is what appears what we're doing right now. But again, you could separate it out if you had an issue or a concern and you're like, well, I would like to. And so you can direct that to the board chair and help in the process. So we've got 4 items listed under the consent agenda that we're speaking to first. But again, it's up to you as a board and how you want to work together. So this is actually an excellent point that you're making right now.
Okay, no, we can go through the grant and then the resolution and then make motions. That's fine with me.
Also, everybody remember Brian Shan's vice chair. And so if you have a question, Brian's always on top of everything, got lots of experience. You can always direct things towards Brian. So it's a little early for Brian, so he might not be clear.
Absolutely.
So next up, you guys, the Rene Field grant, $750,000. The reason this happened is we had an opportunity through somebody to come to myself. Then I included Trevor DeHart in on this and Julie Peterson from Park and Rec. It's an amazing opportunity to take the old Rene site that some of us went to school there. And it's been sitting there basically in the same condition for decades. And so when I was approached with this kind of money for the whole community, I said, no, this would be a great place. It's a part of town that needs a boost. Trevor met me down there. I would have asked Brian to come again, but work schedules wise, Trevor and I matched up a little bit better. But the whole gist of it is we have this money. It's already in. There's no conditions on it except it has to be used for what we said we we're going to use it for. And Park and Rec is also going to be part of this venture down there. And so this will take up some of our time, but we don't want it to get anyway in front of the bond. The bond is paramount to that. This will be a phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, maybe type of project. But in probably 12 to 24 months, you're going to see some turf field down there. You're going to see some vast changes, and it will be to beautify with the walking trails and the fixing up of the ball fields. And then phase 2 and 3 and 4 will be another turf field and moving through it. Different organizations like Rotary and stuff are excited to be part of this. And there's really no loss to the community there is no school planned for over there. So after Larry Hampton, they're doing, you can see how far the construction's going on over here. But they need a lot of setup space, and they're staging about where the school building used to be. And once that's all taken care of, then we'll be able to figure out exactly what we're going. Most of the stuff will be done on the track side. But there'll be new fencing put up all around. It'll be like you see when you go into the Newburgh High School on the north side. And our athletic director, Tim Burke, did a great job at that time. He's just resigned this year, but with all of the black wrought iron fencing, it's very first cabin. And that's what it'll be down here. So we're going to go from 80, 90-year-old fencing at least to just making this look really, really nice. So it's going to be fun. It's been something that's been 3 years in making with Julie and I. Trevor's been involved. Dave Novotny was very involved in it, and then passed it on to Superintendent Phillips. So we'll all get to be part of this, and they'll be looking for different partners around the community to make this as nice as, say, the golf course, and as nice as something else around town. In this part of town, it'll be awesome. So how it turns out, not exactly sure. Park and Rec's gonna be involved. They've already matched this amount of money, so that's over 1.5 million. That's not kind of the Rotary. They're still determining how they're gonna do it, like in 4 phases. So any questions on that?
I do. Is there any plans, because we're calling here for Old Rene Park improvement? Is there some kind of, from the Parks and Rec or from the school district, a plan of some mock-up or
Yes.
a list of?
Park and Rec's putting together a complete drawing of the entire site,
Okay,
which will have to be modified, obviously, to fit the needs of the district. At some point, if there's ever a building put in for the school district, the property where the old Rene site was for building wise will be retained. So let's just say 5 years from now, Dr. Phillips says, we're building a new school there. I mean, the next fall. And it's a need in the school district because we're ballooning the population. And so the old Rene site comes back into school, there'll be that there. The great thing about this is all the infrastructure of athletic fields and things like that will be in place.
okay,
And so if it's a high school or a middle school or a grade school, they would have the opportunity through the school day to have all of that right there done. And then obviously on weekends and everything, it's like all of our facilities, they're used by the local community. So yeah, there'll be a really cool drawing. Could even be close to being done now. So maybe by the next couple of meetings, we should be able to
Okay.
present something out. And then if you're really interested in that, you want to be more involved in it, now that we've kind of got our board all set, we'll all come together, and if you're interested in being more active in it, you can. So that's what that is, though. That's the simple version. So good question.
thank you.
Talking about turf fields, like the high school, which will take a lot of pressure off our school turf fields, because every time you set foot on that, as a football team, soccer team, lacrosse team, you're wearing it out. You walk out on a Newburgh High School turf field a year ago, and I did it all the time, and it looks great from the street. You get right out on the field, and there's bare spots from where the lacrosse kids go in a little triangle, and that's just how they play that game. And the soccer goalie and certain areas of the football field, there's a lot more wear and tear when you step on the field. And I think we just replaced that. So that's that on that one. So I'm gonna move on to the next one for the signatures.
So signatures is an update to our, now that Nikki Fowler's remember we did it a month or so ago when Nikki was still on. Now we have Heather here to be our director of finance. So Nikki's off, Heather's on. That's the biggest change, is just Nikki's no longer there, and Heather is there. Heather Bixby, director of finance.
But for you, tell everybody like why we have to do this, building to work with them.
Well, the bank needs to know who's authorized to sign for expenditures at their building level. So it's just to keep it in line so the bank knows there's no fraud.
So not everybody can sign.
Correct. Yeah.
That makes sense, everybody. I know it's just, again, it's just some of the stuff, I know you got it, but like we don't get to sign checks. So that's people. Obviously, the yellow ones are at first, and ones are being removed. And then the green lines would be wouldn't be an alley. Some of that's, a lot of that's changing jobs. That makes sense?
Mr. Chair, I move that the Newburgh School District Board of Directors approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
It's all that timing.
Obviously.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the consent agenda, please raise your right hand. It passes 7-0. Thanks, Dr. Cook. Thanks, Scott.
Do we need a break or can we just turn through?
Let's
Bill.
pull
Keep
through.
going.
Keep on keeping on.
All right, thank you. So we wanted to cover a few policies, and this is kind of the bulk of the board training that frankly, I talked about during my interview process and some of the things that you guys requested that we go over some policies. We're not covering these policies to edit them or to we have no intention of that. These are your policies. So we're talking about your policies that have already been ratified some years ago. And just giving an understanding of these 7 policies, why they are important. And so we're all on the same page. So that's it. We're not having any recommendations on how to change that.
Okay.
You're up.
My turn, okay. So I was a little more formal in my process. So in my notes, what is the purpose for us going through the policies together? I've written down that the Board of Directors is a policymaking body for Newburgh Public Schools. To ensure the success of the district's mission, the school board and the superintendent must function together as a leadership team. And we've been talking about that this morning. So I have a real basic question for you. At least from our perspective. And again, education, we have our own terminology, our own language. And so if you're not understanding something, you need to stop. And so feel free to interrupt me, of course, at any time and say, I need a little more clarity or clarification. This is something that we do day in and day out. So did you know that we have policies and that we have ARs? Okay, some yes, some no. ARs being administrative rules or administrative regulations. Can anybody tell me what the difference is between the two? Superintendent.
Policy is the law, and then the ARs are more like the regulations, the guidelines that we have to follow.
Okay,
Oh, just the board passes the policy, the superintendent issues the ARs for clarification and for employees.
correct. So in your packet, y'all are spot on. In your packet is policy, and the first policy that I have in there for you is policy KL and JFH, and that is public and student complaint process and procedure. So just to give you a real physical view here, you have your policy, which comes from the board, and that's really at a much higher level than the AR. And so the policy says this is the overarching process, but the AR then tells you the step by step. So if we receive a complaint, then what are the steps? It says in policy, yes, we're going to take that in, but then what are the steps in the process? And so if you have an AR associated with the policy, that then gives you more clarity as well.
It's like a work instruction.
Yes, in a manner of speaking, yes. So as you read in your policy, and you can see that I highlighted for me what I thought were key points, but I'm taking a look and reading just below where it says number 4, any complaint about school personnel other than the superintendent shall be investigated pursuant to the administrative regulations. And this refers you to the AR or KLAR. Complaints against the board as a whole or against an individual board member should be made to the board chair. So if you're out and about today and somebody has an issue or a concern, if it's about you as a collective, refer it back to the board chair. If complaints are made about the board chair, then it goes to the vice chair. This isn't Scott making this up. This is your policy that you've inherited as board members, and this is our process. Now, we can go on later about if policy options and updates and making changes, but that's not what we're here for today. Today is just to explain to you that this is a complaint process. Now, as board members, you're out in the general public and people will come to you and they will say, hey, I had this concern, I got that concern. My recommendation is that you stop and that you listen and that you take it in, which is why you're here. You're representatives of the public, you're representatives of the public schools here in Newburgh. But eventually, at the end of the conversation, what do? You're going to refer it back to the board chair, preferably back to the superintendent, because as you take a look at the AR to the KL, it then tells us that we're the ones that have to be doing the follow-up and the reach out. So taking a look at the AR itself, it says step one, if there are issues with employees, this comes back to us, more than likely to the superintendent, and then more than likely he's going to delegate to me. And then I go through the process of investigating a complaint or a concern. And then it tells you in step two, the timeline, how much time that we have to work on that complaint that has been brought forward. And so you're seeing if unable to, for step one, it says go back to the person directly. So if I'm a parent and I have a concern with a teacher, as an example, and for whatever reason, I don't agree with what's going on in the classroom, this policy says, or the AR says, please confront that person. And I think we would all want to be that way. So if I'm a parent and the teacher isn't meeting my expectations, then I pick up the phone and say, hey, can we have a chance to meet? And if that's not working, the parent doesn't feel satisfied, then the next step then kicks in. And so if you're taking a look at step two, it then goes to the building administrator, and then they have 5 working days to work through that process. Now, it says in here, the complainant may file a written complaint. May is the key word there. My attitude or my process, and I haven't checked with Dr. Phillips here, is that if we receive complaints, we need to follow up, whether it's on a form or not. We need to take this as if it was on a written form. It's customer service. We're serving the students, we're serving the parents. And so I think it's critical for us as administrators that we go back through and that we follow this process. The building administrator shall evaluate evidence and then render a decision within 10 working days. If I, as a parent, I'm not satisfied with what the teacher said to me, not satisfied with what the building administrator said to me, I can then go to the next step. And the next step is to the superintendent or designee. And then at that time, we follow the same process. We try and work through the process and try to satisfy the complaints. And if that doesn't work, going through our steps here, then the next step is then it goes up the line. So that's essentially it. So if you're out and about and folks are coming to you and expressing issues and concerns, we want to feed you as much information as we can. So for example, we're having a high turnover in the district. If we can turn around and we can share with you in a board meeting, we are allowed to email you directly. As long as we state the facts, we can email you directly. What you have to be careful in emails is you don't reply all. That would then be seen as a board meeting outside of regularly scheduled board meetings. So whatever you do, don't ever do that. If you ever have questions or concerns, redirect it back to the board chair, vice chair, or one of us. But I can push information out to you and I can say, all right, this week we had 10 resignations and we had 10 people coming in. Stop right there, sir.
I was just going to make a request to the administration that if you're going to email the board, what we've done in the past is have all the board members be blind CC'd. So if somebody does hit reply all, it doesn't go back to the other board members, and then we can't get in trouble for a serial meeting.
Yeah, that's
So
good. That's a
if
great way
we
to.
do that, it should keep us out of trouble.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we can do that. The other thing is that you should not do as a board. Let's say, again, I send out an email to all of you. Don't then survey one another and say, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Because now we're making a decision outside of that, outside of a regular scheduled meeting. So again, that's another way that you could hold a meeting outside of time, which would then become problematic for us as a district. So again, questions or concerns, it's pretty, I can push it out superintendent can push it out. But then focus it back to his office or my office, or you can focus it back to the chair. And then we can work on whatever issue or question or concern that you have. We can have individual conversations but we can't be making decisions outside of the board meeting time. So there's a very process and procedural, and I know it's frustrating because you want to go out. That's why you're here, because you care and you want to take care of it right away. Because you, like me, I don't want to be put off. But folks also have to understand that your responsibilities are limited in capacity. We're pretty much the day-to-day operations and the doers. You hire and fire the superintendent hires and fires the rest of us. And so again, that's more or less the process.
One point I like about KL, this policy is on the very first page there, where you the 1, 2, 3, 4. It says complaints, including but not limited to those regarding instruction, discipline, or learning materials, should be handled in the following order, unless otherwise identified. If you notice, it starts at the lowest possible level and it builds up. And that's what we want. If we have an upset parent with a teacher, that parent needs to talk to that teacher and give that teacher an opportunity to rectify it, to have a conversation. Because we all know, I've got 6 kids, so I know they have a different story than maybe what happened. And so it's very important to get that teacher an opportunity, or that aide, or whoever it is at that level, to have an opportunity to talk about it. If that's not fixed, it goes to principal and then goes up the chain. But I think I really like how clear that is.
Yeah.
We don't want mom or dad leapfrogging this and coming straight to the district office with a concern. They give that teacher an opportunity. So
I think too, it also, a lot of administrators, it's their building. That's their school, so they really need that opportunity to take care of this before it ever gets Dr. Phillips. Just like a coach, you don't want a parent going right to the athletic director, which happens quite often, but it shouldn't. So, same thing. And then I think to you guys is we, when it says no surprises later there, and we'll talk about that later. We don't want to surprise Dr. Phillips with anything, but also with each other, so wait for the right time to have that conversation about, something out there. So we're not surprising each other either, with things.
So surprises will happen. Okay, whether it's in this meeting today, for me, this will be one big surprise, as I don't know the personalities here. And that's okay. You don't know mine either, but we're going to get to know each other. The more that we can cue each other in, the better off we're going to be. So, for example, this past week, Dr. Phillips had a surprise. What did he do? He called the board chair. Chain of command. It's the process. And so the other is that we received a surprise this past week, but it wasn't on this form. We still accepted the complaint or the surprise, however you want to phrase that. Because again, we don't want to be too legalistic, but we do want to stay with the spirit and the intent of the policies and the ARs that we have in place. So I went through that pretty quickly. And here's the other thing today, as we go through policies, which I know everyone's, hey, policies right out of the chute in the morning. If you have thoughts or questions and you may not hit them right now, you may want to push those back to me later in the week, or push them back to Steve later in the week. And we can address those. And depending on the level of need, it may be, hey, did you notice this? There was a typo on this page. It's not something I need to bring back to the board as a collective to the next board meeting. But if there's something substantial or significant, you can share that, because I may miss that in the interpretation where you're wanting to pull that back out, where I'm thinking maybe it's more of an internal side where I need to do some clarifying. So as we're going through this today, there will be a lot of new stuff. Again, feel free to ask the questions, if not today, at a later date, so that we can address those.
So for us as board members, I think it's important for us to remember that if someone we know or someone comes and, asks, we're paying for our groceries at Fred Meyer's, hey, I have this. It's important for us to encourage our community to follow this process as well, for them to, take it to the teacher or aide or whoever, and then have them follow that. That's very clarifying, very good, so that we can help address any complaint, any issue following this policy. So thank you for that.
I think to you guys, one thing that's happened to me a lot, I mean, living here a long time, is people will come up, they start the conversation one way, and it takes a hard left. And it ends up being a complaint. And then if I say too much, I'm really stepping out of my lane. I can't do that. So I got to the point now where, I'm saying, hey, thank you very much. And then I need to take that and bring it to Dr. Phillips is what I would do. I did it with Dr. Botany, and then because that principal or Scott or Tap, those are his employees, so that's his job. But if I say too much, I say the wrong thing, that make it harder for him in the next conversation.
Yeah, I
And it
think,
happens to us all the time. We're getting people trying to get us to say things and stuff like that. So less is more.
I think it's more than appropriate to be a listening ear and to hear them out. And then it's okay to ask a clarifying question. Are we venting or is this a complaint?
Right.
Because a lot of people are just venting, and that's fine. That's why you signed up, I guess. But there's venting and then there's a complaint, and it's perfectly fine to ask that question.
Good.
I would like to add one thing to this, I think as we move forward, if there's something we can glean from these complaints that we should be refining or improving what we do in the district, if we can. Not just resolving the individual complaint, but seeing what we can learn from it to improve what we're doing in the district. And that may be something that teacher or administrator is doing in their daily work that's causing undue stress, or how we communicate, any number of things. But it'd be nice to at least try to learn from that and improve what we're doing in the district, and hopefully mitigate against other complaints,
Well, a good example of what you're sharing and trying to learn from our mistakes is the ability to communicate with the general public. And so one of the marching orders that you've given the superintendent is to do a better job in communications. And so example of that is getting online once a week and putting out a weekly message. Again, trying to be more responsive and more real time. So that's a perfect example where we've received complaint after complaint that we're not trying to update. And so now we're trying to make an effort in a different venue, and we'll get better on that type of communication as well. So point well taken. Okay, moving on to the next policies. So we have policies BBA, BBAA, BBF, BDDH, and BG. But looking at my class as a teacher, and I'm seeing that we're getting a little sleepy over here. So we're going to give you an opportunity. So for example, policy BBA, powers and duties of board. We're going to assign that to the board chair, Dave. Yep. We're going to have you take a few minutes here, and then you report back out to the group as a whole as far as what you thought the key points were that you took in that policy. BBAA, Brian, if you would please be responsible for reporting out. BBF, board members and standards of conduct. Trevor, if you'd be so kind. BDDH, public comments at board meetings. Rene, if you would. And BG, board staff communication. Raquel.
okay.
Now, there's a couple of you that didn't get assigned to a policy, so that's good news for you. You can team up with whomever you want and go through that policy, whichever it is, and let's again tag team with them. And so a couple of these policies, you'll have partners with you that can report out as well. Okay, questions?
Yeah,
Sir.
gotta be careful, because Brian and I are the most popular, so everybody always picks us.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, it's good to know. It's probably that junior high you guys went to way back.
Yeah.
And if you don't believe that, just ask Dave or Brian.
Oh, okay. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, will the rest of us get a chance to comment on some of these at the end and okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
Just as I reported out, we've had that communicate. I modeled the expectations, so I didn't clarify well enough. So yes,
Great.
opportunity to report out, and then yes, let's talk back and forth and go through this a little bit more. So let's take 5 minutes to work on this, and as we start seeing we're ready to roll, we're ready to roll. If we need a couple more minutes, that's great too.
So Ron, you pick whatever policy you want, up to 5.
And team up with whomever you want.
Oh, I'm right here next.
So for BBAA it is. Let's see. I can take the top half. You want to take the part past where it starts being numbered?
Sorry.
I bring somebody a muffin or a donut while you're working.
Maple
Oh,
bar.
thank you.
Maple bar.
You want a Dr. Pepper too?
Not diet. No tab.
I can find it. Why is it?
That's
you want
right,
to do that.
it's in the part policy. Keep going. Keep going.
29J. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah,
looking at the
yeah.
wrong line.
No, thank you.
Right?
Oh, no, thank you.
Where- I'm sorry.
Okay,
Ladies.
Oh, my gosh.
no, thanks.
Oh,
I got my own.
You want to call?
I will. Coffee.
I thought that was what my hand was for.
Look at that. How nifty.
I'm not gonna eat it.
What are we supposed
I
to
knew you'd do that.
We're gonna read it and then we're gonna see back what it means to us.
do? Okay.
Somebody need water?
No, thank you.
I'm good, thank you. Yeah. Well, you're really.
Servant leadership, it's good.
Yes.
Oh, we have napkins. Nice. You think of everything.
That's what really long. I can remember.
Yeah, we have 3 takers. Have one.
Well, I'll take some napkins. But
Oh, yeah, napkins. That'd be great. Oh, thank you so much. Guys never. come to this.
Morning coffee.
Yes.
Where you go to, you were in South, Michigan.
Thank you.
Minnesota, South Dakota, they don't have maple bar. They have white frosting. If you buy them in Wisconsin, you get 3, you don't get 1. So they're 3 packs. That's why everybody's big.
With cheese.
3 packs.
Well, for that reason, I'm glad I don't live in Wisconsin, because that'd be 3 times the size.
Oh, no, you're almost. Once it beats out. So it's yours.
Yeah.
If it's closed. If it's closed. So if it's heat.
Sorry.
Pardon me.
See, you're not gonna share, don't.
Kind of makes Steve feel good when you get it. I really appreciate the service. Because this would be solved. No.
Maybe you're down at home since you.
I never know.
This is all good right now. That's.
Yep.
Are we ready to present out or you still want a little more time?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready. Yeah,
No pressure for those who aren't.
yeah, no pressure.
Okay, well, thank you, first of all, for the due diligence on this.
Sure.
So I'm a concrete sequential kind of person, so I forget, who did I assign first? Oh, well, y'all remembered, see. So why don't you go ahead and share with us what the policy it is and read out the title of it as well. But as you hear Dave reporting out, he's taken some notes. You can see, for example, the visual here where I took notes. And so these are what I'm thinking are critical, but just because I think that way doesn't mean that's the way it is. So again, Mr. Brown.
Okay. Policy BBA is board powers and duties. Trying to set the highlights here. The board will establish rules or policy to govern the conduct of its members. Also will establish policies and regulations. The board will also meet the needs and wishes of the public for keeping members of the community informed. The board will also appoint a superintendent delegate to implement board policies and goals, Dr. Phillips, and also Scott. The board will also evaluate the superintendent's implementation of those goals. And that's one of our big jobs. The board will oversee the district's financial affairs with Heather bringing us all the financial numbers, and also from the district office with Director Phillips. And so we're responsible for looking at all those numbers, authorizing and voting on those as they come up. Also, the board will authorize the superintendent to approve payment on all contracts. We're in the middle of the bond, so it'd be just like that. And all these things need to be done on a day-to-day basis. We'll authorize the superintendent.
Questions or comments? So as you've been on the board here for various amounts of time, this isn't just the Newburgh way. These policies are coming from the Oregon School Board Association, or OSBA. And if you take a look on the upper left-hand side of this particular policy, this was first adopted in Newburgh back in 2006, and then we've had an updated version in 2019. So you're going to get opportunities to more personalize this. We get policy updates usually 4 times a year from OSBA. And within that, then you have the ability as a board to make adjustments to certain components of any given policy. Now, these policies are generated primarily from our legislature, and they're going to say, you need to do this or you need to do that. Policies usually come in 3 levels, required by law. And so I will share with you, I've been tasked with this responsibility of reporting out to the board policy updates. The required ones, you don't get the flexibility on that. We're going to need to put those in. And if not, then there are steps should you choose not to. So I shouldn't say you have to, but there's some serious ramifications if we fail to do that. The other thing is I'm going to want to be critical and press too, and policies usually aren't very popular. But if I'm keeping you current, then I'm keeping you, the district, on solid footing. And so again, trying to keep us current with the latest policies and updates that are coming from the state as far as how we want to implement. Then there's highly recommended. So required and highly recommended, it's my intent are to get those to you as well. Highly recommended means, yeah, there's still some severity to this or some importance to this. And then the third level is optional. And optional in my past, I have not brought to the board unless we already had that policy in place. If I'm finding that we don't have a policy in place and we continue to see some areas of particular concern in our community, and we have a policy coming from OSBA, then yes, I would then bring that optional policy forward. So for an example, how do we run a board meeting? That's typically an optional policy. And if we're functioning fine, that's great. If we're feeling like we're needing a little bit more tightening in that area, then that would be a policy I would bring forward that we could agree on for us and for future boards and superintendents as well. So I hit that again pretty quick. Questions, comments, concerns about what was being shared under policy BBA?
I've got something on page 2 of that policy. On the last paragraph there, just we're in the middle of collective bargaining with our certified and our classified. And so it will come to point, the second sentence in that, the board will establish through collective bargaining process for appropriate salaries and salary schedules and other terms and conditions of employment and personnel policies for district application. So we'll be coming to you with obviously the new CBA, the new contract, and asking for you to approve that. That's one of your duties. What is telling to me about a policy like this is what's not in it. Like, what are some things that sometimes boards want to do, but really you're not supposed to do, right? This is what tells you what you're supposed to do. Sometimes some boards, and I haven't been here long enough that I've experienced it here, but I've experienced it elsewhere. Some boards want to get where they don't belong. Meaning, hey, have you heard about, that Steve Phillips guy? He would be one heck of a football coach. Maybe you should give him that gig, right? That's really not in your purview. So sometimes I think these policies, it's very important what it says. It's also important what it doesn't say. There's rule, you've got a rule. So think about that when we read through these policies. It's very important what it says and what it doesn't say.
And so one of the things too, for example, in that last sentence on this policy, the board will establish days of the year and the hours of the day when school is in session. So we should be bringing a calendar to you to vote on, to take formal action on each year. And so that's one of the reasons why you'll see a calendar come forward to you, I'm guessing January, February, or whenever we do that as a district. So it's just one of those things that you're thinking, hey, why do we do this? It's in policy.
Okay.
And Scott, on that one also, just so for the new people know that there's, again, we've been so disjointed, it's hard to know where we start and stop. But there are people working on the hours of the day. They got changed 2 years ago to a later start time. Different schools changed. Some like it, some don't. And there's people collecting data on that now. But again, that's not our job. That'll be through Dr. Phillips and his administrators and the people working on that. That'll be something coming up on the road, the hours of the day. So.
Okay.
Next policy, BBAA.
Yes. So I took the first half of this and then I'll hand off to Ron to do the second half. For the first half, the highlights are that as board members, we can only take action during board meetings that are regular or special scheduled meetings and part of the public record. Members, in order to act on behalf of the board, must be authorized by the board through a majority vote in order to do so. As members, we get the same consideration as any other patrons of the district on individual matters of concern, so no special treatment. We can express our personal opinion, but we should be careful to state that it's our personal opinion when we do so and not the opinion of the board. And then we should do our best to be knowledgeable about the information that is presented to us through board meetings and supplied by the superintendent for our knowledge. You're up, Ron.
Okay, well, this looks like a good deal to keep lone wolves from operating out on their deal. The first part is the RFI, as it's known in administrative speak, request for information. Don't go off without requesting the information you need to know what you're talking about, which is kind of where I am right now and in our first meeting. Legal opinions. Got to go through the board, got to be a majority of the board. You can't just go behind the board and say so-and-so, well, Tyler, or I forget the other person that was here at the meeting before. But you can't just go and ask for legal opinions and without the board's approval. Actions on complaints or requests made to board members. I think we talked about this a little bit ago, where acting on your own is a good way to stick your neck out and get in trouble and maybe make the graphic. We should talk of this in the appropriate forum and take action as board would appropriately do, not hide behind like you should say, an opaque wall. Board members' relationship to administration. Keep it civil, but keep it legal. There are state laws that direct us on how we do, open meeting laws, work sessions that delineate how we're to operate as a board. All those rules keep you out of trouble. And as someone who spent a long time in bureaucracy, I know that one well. And then contracts or agreements made by individual board members. Yeah, don't go out and try and do it yourself. You'll end up on the hook personally for something that you thought you were doing as a board member. It has to have the board's approval. It's pretty simple.
So this policy was entitled Individual Board Members' Authorities and Responsibilities. Questions, comments, concerns about this?
No, notes.
I had one. I think I'm not a big person looking past unless it's athletic, so I would just say from today moving forward, let's try to be healthy, back each other up. If you say something out in the public, you know it's going to be out there in the public somehow, that it's not a negative about another board member. That we've seen enough of that. Doesn't do any good at all. And I think, you know, moving forward, it's just something that we have to be a team. And at the end of the day, if we vote on something 4-3, 5-2, 6-1, whatever, whoever that person who did not vote for that, when we walk out of that vote, we voted as a board. We're at that point, we move forward. And again, that's something that hasn't happened. That's super important that the public and Dr. Phillips, Scott, the whole staff realizes that this is how the board voted. So if I don't vote with you, we did vote as a board. So kind of all for one for all. Does that make sense? Anyway.
Make one comment on the second page, number 4. It's not directly in here, but we had an administrative meeting the other day, and the building principals were asking, we want board members to be in our buildings again. We would love them to visit, and so they're anxious for that. But they asked me if there was some kind of a protocol for that. I've been in districts where board members didn't visit buildings without superintendent, not permission, but kind of superintendent knowledge of or consent. I don't know if that's necessary. We're not that big.
It
you
is
know.
covered in policy BG, and I'll talk about it.
Oh, great. So Raquel will cover that. Wonderful. So see how these policies tie together? And then just, we're going to circle back on page 1 with BBAA number 2, request for legal opinions. Down on our main agenda, number 7, legal support, help, and contact. We're going to circle back to that as well. Okay, thank you.
So we absolutely would love to have you come out to the buildings, but I can tell you from past experience and personal experience, when the board member shows up, you're very welcoming, you're very professional. Still going to be a little intimidating. You're still a board member, or still a superintendent, or still the HR director. And so there's been a lot of surprises with our personnel in the district as we have in state here, that we've gone out into the buildings and then taken them back a little bit. Pleased, but taken it back a little bit. I would expect the same reaction should you decide to say, hey, I want to come here, I'd like to come there. But that's a good thing too. So just keep that in mind, that you're not coming out to catch something and something wrong. But that is a natural reaction as well. Remember, your board members 24/7, whether you realize it or not, at work, we're school officials 24/7, whether we realize it or not. So again, good template, good direction for you to keep in mind. Don't get so wrapped up that, oh, I don't know if I step on that crack, are they going to take my birthday away, or that kind of thing. Again, we'll be working with you, and there is forgiveness within this process as well. But when you start to go off and be that lone ranger, that can get us into trouble.
We've operated under but again, this is the past, letting the superintendent know if there's an opportunity. With COVID, there hasn't been very many. Monday morning, Director Powell and I are going to go make pancakes for the Mountain View staff. They asked us to come in and stuff. So I guess, Dr. Phillips, would you? I think we need to get into buildings because we need to build back those relationships and trust. And so I think it's really important that we get to the different buildings. Like last year, Raquel and I and Trevor went in and did the reading special. Wasn't that day in the library? Wasn't that a reading thing?
I was there.
That was Rene.
Was not.
We did the art show. We did the art show.
Yeah, the art show.
Yeah.
Was fun.
And I think this year with all the new staff, it's important. First, get it, Dr. Phillips, what do you want?
Well, a few minutes ago, you talked about being positive. I would love it if you guys were in the building enough that let me tell you what I don't want. What I don't want is when you show up, administrators they only show up when there's a problem. So I want you there enough that you show up with absolutely no agenda. I'm just here to see what's going on. I want to help. I want to learn. Some days there might be a problem, and some days there might be something really exciting that's really good, right? So it's just be there enough that it's just a problem when the only time the superintendent shows up to Dundee Elementary is because there's a problem. We do not want that.
Yeah.
Since we're on this topic, should we, is it okay to do the board staff communication next, or do you want to keep the order as it is?
No, we
Yeah.
can go around.
Okay, so
Wrap this one up and go to that one.
Well, and I also had a question. I don't know if right now is the right,
Now's the
Time for
time, sure.
but getting into the schools, there was a community member that wrote in a letter. She attached a video, which I watched, which was really, really a good video. And but wanting the school, and she made a suggestion where I'm like, oh, that's kind of a good idea of breaking down the schools, because there's so many. And if we could be like designated to a certain school or two.
Mhm.
So then it's like, Crater and CB are mine and somebody else's school. And those are the schools that, when there's activities and things going on, those are our schools. And then everybody has kind of their school.
would it be
Instead
appropriate
of,
to
so
be
then
by
no
the
schools
district?
are, and then no schools are left out. Like we're not all focused on the high school or all focused on our favorite school or whatever. So it's.
That's
spread
very
out.
common. That's very common in larger districts.
Mhm.
Beaverton with over 50 schools, they had 7 board members and each one had about 7, and it was in their region.
Yeah.
So we could easily do that with your region. If
Mhm.
you're, because Trevor's, isn't your zone the more the Dundee?
Mhm.
Yeah, so it would make sense that he's done,
Mhm.
right? And, we could easily build that out.
Yeah.
We have done that in the past too,
Oh, you have?
yeah.
Okay.
we
But
can
it
aug-
kind of all went out the window with COVID
Yeah.
because we couldn't get in schools. so
Okay.
we stopped.
Yeah, and then just knowing the high schools, the big one, right? If you
Mhm.
if you want to be visible at the high school, you're gonna be super busy.
Yeah.
compared to, an elementary that might have one activity. that
Well,
is
maybe you take an elementary and the high school, kind of
break them up,
both.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it's great, yeah.
And we can augment that, not just one person to make sure that one school gets covered, but we can still, those of us who are new, I want to go out and see all the schools, so we
Oh,
can
yeah.
still do that.
It would be neat though, for the building principal to say,
To meet all.
Renee's my board member,
That's
kind of
that would be
thing,
good.
Mm.
or Brian's my board member. So they're the ones. Yes, I invite the whole board to feed pancakes, but I really need to have Renee there because she's kind of mine. I think that's
That's a good idea.
Mhm.
good, yeah.
I think two guys, one thing I noticed all the years in high school, that the teachers did not like was when a building administrator would come in their classroom to do an evaluation. And they would sit at the back of the room with their laptop and just sit there and type. Not say anything. And you didn't, they could have been playing video games, you didn't know, but teachers hated that because it looked like there was no positive, not necessarily negative, but it came across negative.
Mhm.
And I think that when we go in and, we have an opportunity again to build relationships, culture and trust.
Mhm.
And I think we, don't do that, don't go in there and be that, if
Mhm.
something's dirty or you don't like something you see, maybe wait and talk to Dr. Phillips about it, because, I know teachers don't like that. So I'm sure the administrators, again,
Mhm.
we'll be better off if we're not tapping our little thing everywhere, because they take that in the wrong way.
Mhm.
Side note.
So with that, we'll skip a couple of policies and go into the board staff communications, and I'm a visual person. So if that's okay, I will draw. So we have staff. Oopsies. And we have our super and board. And we have the buildings. So this policy is about communication. And what it does say is that the number one is staff communications through the board. It always, not green, it always goes from staff to the superintendent, and the superintendent will forward it to the board. Always. And when board members, number two, board communications to the staff also flows through the superintendent. So the superintendent is always the channel of communication between us, board and staff. No exceptions to it listed in this policy. Very important too, that on the number 3 or third item here, when visits to school, it does say that none of it is to be done as a inspection.
Right.
They will be carried out only under board authorization and with the full knowledge of staff, including superintendent. So again, if the board wants to go to the building, it will communicate to the superintendent, who will bring to the staff, and then the board will go to the building.
And this brings up an interesting thing because we fill two positions, right? If you have kids in the school district and you're a board member, I think you just have to be cognizant of that and careful, right? I'd say over communicating is pertinent too. That if you're on board of business, if you're coming to visit, as an official capacity as a board member, make that clear. And if you're coming, with regards to your children, conducting business like that, I think it's.
Yeah, and there's also some key words in this, right under where it says staff communication to the board, and then all formal communications. So formal is a big word, right? Formal is different than you just saying, hey, I want to stop by. If you've got your school and your school's crater and you know, you've got a relationship with that principal and say, hey, I want to swing by on Thursday morning at 10 a.m. That doesn't need to go through me. That's not a formal, that's an informal thing. And then board communication to staff, all official board communications, right? So those two words are really important, formal and official. This, you know, when a principal reached out to Chair Brown and a couple of you and said, hey, can you come help us out with a pancake feed? That's not formal or official.
I think we have to, you know, going back to what we were talking about earlier, I think we have to respect, you know, the employee's time. And when you're coming in official board business, whatever, I suspect that for some people, there would be a tendency, if you communicated directly with those people, that they're going to be more apt to welcome you in or agree to have you in. And I think it's important that we do go through, you know, the superintendent, and that communication takes place at that level. Because if they are busy, right, let's be clear about that. I don't think any of us want to interfere or add to the workload or burden of the administrators. Let's make sure we pick a good time and a duration of time, you know, that works for all parties.
But if, let's say I want to go to Maple Rush on my own, could I just call or email the principal a few days ahead of time and say, I just want to stop by, see how I can support you better? And leave it at that, and then talk to them and say, by the way, is it okay? I mean, is that totally?
Yeah, I would add one tiny step is just copy me on it the first time.
Copy you want it, okay.
Because I do think Trevor has a good point of they might feel uncomfortable telling a board member, I'm so busy, I just can't accommodate you today.
Got it.
But they might let me know that, and then I can let you know that. So, you know, I think it's fair to say my relationship with the board is probably better and stronger than some of our principals. They don't know you that well. And so that sometimes those kind of end arounds can work better through me than them. But yeah, just a quick copy. And sometimes it might even be, well, heck, I'm actually free that morning as well. Can I join you? And sometimes not.
But just to clarify here, so visit by board members in their capacity as a board member will be carried out only under board authorization and with the full knowledge of staff, including the superintendent, principals, and other supervisors. So I guess I want to understand here, will be carried out only under board authorization. Does that mean that we as a board need to, you know, have a conversation or an approval or some kind of consensus that each of us can carry out visits in our capacity as board members, so that we all know that, you know, Shelley wants to go visit the school. She has our approval. She has our authorization to do that as a board member. But it does also say here that the staff, including the superintendent, have to have full knowledge of it.
So what I would say is this, as we've been discussing this morning, we've already reached a consensus that not only are we going to go to individual schools, but we have the option to go to multiple schools. This is a public meeting. You've now done your due diligence by putting that information out there. So in my mind, you've already met criteria in this process.
Okay, great. I just
Yeah, no, that's.
want to
why-
make sure that
that's-
we're
No, that's why we're doing this. And so
removing
there's a
all the
consensus.
wrinkles, right?
And so, go ahead.
And I think copying me on there adds that one line on there too.
Yeah, okay, great.
What was the other part? The superintendent? And what did it say? Staff?
With the full knowledge of staff, including superintendent, principals, and other supervisors.
Yeah, so you made your due diligence by having this public session, and this is what we're discussing, and this is where we're planning to move forward.
I think the supervisors might just be thrown in there in case it's, you know, you went to visit the maintenance department or something.
Right.
Also, Shelley, when you, we'll bring back board comments as we get back into normal meetings. So That'll be more towards the first meeting, so it's always great if you go to Maple Rush. Speak of, Tim, by name. It's always nice to get them some, coverage that you went, and it's just informing us. Hey, Shelley went to Maple Rush and watched the third grade class or lunchtime or whatever. It'll be fun to go, right?
So can we, before we're done with our work session, go around and designate schools and say, okay, this is gonna be so-and-so school, it's gonna be so-and-so school, so we can have that at the
Is
end.
everybody comfortable with that? Designate, a couple schools each person.
So we can get on top of it and start doing it instead of just saying.
Yeah.
Good.
I don't think it'd take about 5 minutes.
Do it right now. Let's go. Which 2 schools, Renee?
Well, should we do it with, I like that idea of being in the district, so then it would be Edwards. And that's my school, right?
Sounds like it is now.
Because I live right up.
Unless someone else has a strong feeling. Then I think 2 of you could easily have Edwards as your school.
Yeah.
If you so
Shelley, what you got?
Maple Rush.
Ron?
Well, my neighborhood schools are Maple Rush, Mountain View, and the high school. So,
Your first one would be your first choice.
first choice, probably Mountain View.
Right?
All my kids went there.
How about Crater and CV?
Check
Um,
up on my grandkids.
the schools in my district are Maple Rush and Mountain View, but
You could take I'll take whatever's left over. I'm way out in the country. So.
yeah, what is the
Ewing Young,
Ewing Young would be
Which
the
one would be?
Ewing Young.
Ewing Young.
I take Ewing Young, and
Okay.
then you take that then.
Okay, sounds
So
good.
Shelley's taking you and young,
And you're taking Mabel.
Mr. Trevor.
Dundee.
Okay,
And then we all can kind of be connected with the high school
Right.
in some, so it's like, that's kind of like our second school.
And we have
is the high
Catalyst as
school.
well.
Oh, and Catalyst, yes.
Oh, you know what? Can I take Catalyst and Mountain View?
Not
instead?
Mabel.
we got
Yeah, we already have a couple people in Mabel, right? We have,
No.
No,
no?
No.
No, you're Mabel.
Okay,
So
fine,
you're Catalyst and Mabel.
okay.
Dave, did you?
I guess John Austin's still open, right? That's our one grade school still open.
oh,
Yep.
I'll take that one and then obviously the high school.
Somebody took Mountain View, right?
And
Yes.
we have, Brian's got CV.
Yes, Brian's.
I might do, I'll probably throw in CV too. Brian, double team.
Sure.
Can I give us a start?
Would you take?
I took Joanne Austin and CV. The high school is just kind of like Dr. Phillips said, it's huge.
mhm.
Can we get a list of this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Great.
I'll email them out. I'll also email the administrators so they know that they have a
Designated board
That's my
member
person.
that represents them.
But it doesn't limit you to that.
You
So if
got
there's no
Mountain
way you want to go.
That's just your primary.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll recap. So our list, Jai. Renee's with Edwards, Shelley's with Ewing Young, Ron's Mountain View, Brian Crater and CV, Raquel, Mabel and Catalyst, Trevor Dundee, Dave, Joel, JA and CV, and then everybody's kind of a piece of the high school.
Mhm.
Great. Thanks, Renee.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
Thanks, Renee.
One last piece on this policy and then we'll move on. This is board staff communications is Trevor mentioned being a parent. And so I think that's where you go into the building and this is where it's personal time, my opinion time, that kind of thing. Yeah, I'm still going to see you as a board member, but I can also see you as a parent as well. So I would again make it very clear that when you're coming in and saying, you guys are great from a parent perspective, I think bum, 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 bum. Okay, or here's some concerns I have as a parent. People are still going to construe that and they're going to intertwine that you are still in both in that capacity if you're a parent of this district as well as a board member. But again, if you do your process and do your part, you're going to be solid.
Yeah, and I think that, what we're discussing here about really, having a presence out there and is gonna go a long ways towards easing that, I think. As people get to know us and relationships get built and.
Scott, before we move to the next one.
Sir.
Jump in,
Sir.
take 5 minutes.
Yep.
We got summer sausage and cheese over here. If you don't want to donut, take 5 minutes, use the restroom or whatever, and we'll be back at 9:06.
Sir.
It's your meeting.
Scott and I, one thing we didn't get put on the agenda, but we wanted to just do a little bit of stuff so we get to know each other a little bit better. So these are gonna be really simple but fast. I'll start this time. I'm gonna go this way. So it's gonna go from me to Dr. Phillips, to Scott, to Tabitha, and then back to Renee, and then Trevor will be last.
And then we're gonna.
You're gonna answer
get
this
back to
question?
This.
Yeah, then we'll go right back to this. Just really quick, we'll do this 3 or 4 times, just so people get to know each other a little bit. And again, this isn't a Newt Gingrich speech. This is just a quick answer, so we can get to know each other a little bit. So the first question for everybody is, this will give you a second to think about it. Just your favorite color and why. My favorite color is blue, and I love blue sky.
Ooh, probably green, because it was my dad's favorite color.
Okay.
And I took it on.
My favorite color is amber. That's the name of my oldest daughter.
I honestly don't have a favorite color, but if my granddaughter were here, it'd have to be pink.
Yeah. Yeah. Pink.
Enough said.
I like violet because it's red and blue together, or purple, but with a little bit of oomph to it.
Mine's a tie, black and orange. And you know why?
Oklahoma State.
The other OSU, the good one,
Go
the
Buckeyes.
engineering school.
I don't have particularly strong opinions, but I'll go with blue. No reason.
I'd have to say, is it for clothing, for furniture, but it does, I'm not, it depends. But I will say purple because of the Minnesota Vikings. And because my husband is a Minnesota Viking and he likes it because of purple. So I'll go with purple.
Before you go, Trevor,
Your answer is whatever goes with the drapes.
so let everybody know.
Right. Oh, there it goes.
All right.
Skull Vikings.
I'll add some gold to that black for the Steelers too.
Trevor.
I like blue. I like almost everything blue except for bruises. The blue part of the bruises.
Yeah. Just a preview of your next question, it'll be, we won't do it right now. We'll go back to Scott, but it's gonna be, what high school you attended, and if you want to add what town. You don't have to put what year. So Scott, we're back to you for policy.
So believe that Trevor's up next with policy BBF.
Okay. I guess before I try to distill down something that's, to me, it's already distilled down, there's a lot of meat in here. So certainly if you haven't read it, please read it. So I've kind of highlighted a few things, right? This is board member standards of conduct. I think there's several things in here. I think the golden rule is codified in here. Number 3, respect the right of other board members to have opinions and ideas which differ, and recognize that the board must comply with the public. And respect the, let's see. That one tied into another one. Yes, number 10. So number 3 and number 10 kind of work together. Number 10, recognize that decisions are made by a majority vote and should be supported by all board members. I think the other things that are important in here, number 8 and number 17, remember that consent content discussed in executive session is confidential. And understand that the board members will receive information as confidential and cannot be shared. I think the other thing, number 15 along those lines, present personal criticism of any school operation directly to the superintendent rather than to the school personnel. And I think that goes along the lines of what we've been discussing and knowing your chain of command and communicate, according to that chain of command. What was the other one?
No, I actually have a question on that one. The 15, the present personal criticism of any school operation directly to the superintendent. So our complaint procedure is to start at the lowest level. So if I, as a parent, had a complaint to my teacher, just because of number 15, that doesn't mean I should come to you with it.
Correct.
I should still deal with it via our complaint
As a
procedure.
parent.
Yes.
But remember, this policy too is board member standards of conduct. This isn't general public per se.
Yeah,
This
this
is
is
more
for
directed to
board
you
members.
as a board.
Yeah, that's kind of number 4. Understand the chain of command and refer problems or complaints to the proper administrative office. Let's see here, number 12 and number 13, take action only after hearing the recommendations of the superintendent, recognizing that the superintendent is the educational advisor to the board.
On that one, I think it's really important, number 12, that we all have to understand that. Like when you're running a program or something like that, Dr. Phillips is privy to a lot of information that we'll never know. And he hears stuff, so he's probably already heard it. And even though we're kind of all fired up about it and it's really important, he's probably going, yeah. So, I think that's a really big one because we can waste a lot of time getting all fired up, setting up a meeting, lining all that stuff up and doing emails when he's kind of already out ahead of that curve. So I think most time it'll be that way.
And I'd like to point out, like 20 and 21 too, like, if you're going to be on any social media sites, to make sure that you treat other board members and staff and students and the public with respect. That has been,
Yeah, I had that one, an asterisk by that one too.
that has been abused in the past.
And on that, also the 19, that we should all give staff and respect the consideration to skilled professional person. So then, it goes back to, trying respect, just treat each other with respect and
Right.
be respectful in our communications with each other. And I think that's so important.
Yeah, and we've had almost everyone in here, and that's why I said, there's everyone. It is important. I think it is distilled down, right? I would just say the other ones that I had here: comply with ethics laws for public officials. I think that's as we go through policies and stuff like that, that we really maybe highlight that in the future types discussions. I think that these are great, and we need to continue with that. And then that dovetails into number 5, recognize that the board must comply with public meeting laws and only has authority to make decisions at official board meetings.
Number 6 is interesting. The public can attend and observe, but there's no statutory right for the public to be heard or to speak at a board meeting. They have a right to be here and to observe, but they don't have a right to speak. I don't recommend that. I think we
Right.
want to hear from the public. But that is your policy.
And that policy is consistent with state law, right?
So why do we have, or what's the purpose of a board meeting? The purpose is for you to discuss what's going on in the district. And so oftentimes we forget, if we're the general public coming in, that I want to talk about this, or I want to talk about that. No, this is a meeting that is open to the public. And so striking that balance can be rather difficult for us at times, because we want to be honorable and we want to be respectful. And the key term or phrase that we get hit with a lot is full transparency. Well, by laws, the OARs, the ORSs, example, executive sessions, we cannot share out, because if you do, you're now violating an ORS, and then there are issues that you can be faced with as a board. So as much as we want to be as open as we possibly can, there is a limit to that. And it's set here in our policy, which is set based off of what the legislature has passed into law. So again, keep that in mind as well. It's a difficult balance, but you have to be able to do that as well. And when I say you, there's 3 fingers back at me as well, because I also deal with FERPA and or HIPAA issues as well. So I can't always share everything that's being relayed to us in the very point that you were making. Anything else on this policy?
I had one, I kind of piggyback on what Renee said. I think that the social media thing is crazy. But when we have something that's hypothetically speaking, somebody's just being out of line, what they're saying or what they're sending in, could happen. We have to be professional, and it's not personal, it's business, and just allow it to, come in. Not everybody has our best interest at heart.
Right.
I mean, I think it's as simple as that. Some people have a selfish thing that they want to push. So don't take it personal. It's just the business of the board. We signed up for this. And when it's an attack, it is kind of personal. But again, I think everybody in this room now, we're tough enough to handle it. And our ultimate thing is, to serve, the school district. So just have to let that stuff slide.
And on to public comments for the board meetings. So, yeah, that kind of ties in with public comments. One thing, all board meetings, with the exception of the executive sessions, shall be open to the public. Members of the public are also encouraged to share their ideas and opinions with the board when appropriate. And how we are supposed to accommodate with individuals with disabilities. Some of the stuff I had highlighted too was a written request. A request should be in writing presented to the superintendent for consideration at least 5 working days prior to the scheduled meeting. And is it when if a person wants to speak at a board meeting, shouldn't it be tied into kind of what the agenda is, or are they allowed to just come in and talk about anything?
I think that's, I've seen boards do it different ways. And so I think it comes back to where we want to operate as a board. If you're asking for an opinion from me, and if we had people here in audience in real time, my opinion would be that we would allow people to come and present. But as the policy says, that I wouldn't comment back per se, because oftentimes folks have thought through what they want to say, why they want to say, and then you're hearing this in real time. And what can jam us up pretty quickly is that if we respond. And so I've got 7 board members here. I would venture to guess I'm going to have 7 different opinions off of what that comment was. Just for example, if we were to witness, say, a fender bender out front here as we're leaving today, and we're departing to go back to where we came, and we saw somebody hit a car or run into a tree, we could have 7 different opinions on that one event. And so that's the same thing here. As people are coming forward, and if we're in real time, my recommendation is that you take it in, but that you don't respond back in real time. But again, that's back to the discretion of the board chair and how he wants to handle this. So,
Scott, on that one, how does everybody feel getting back? Because we've had it rough, we've had it easy. Sometimes there's 2 people speaking, sometimes there's 75. So we've done 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, depending on how many people. So if you limit time, that means you limit how many people can speak. We only have so much time in a board meeting. One of our big goals is to be much more efficient than we've been in the past. Meaning, these crazy long board meetings need to stop.
Yes.
And they cannot go, into the wee hours of the morning. So to keep on track, when you look at just the basic agenda of a normal meeting, just getting through the first 45 minutes of public comment, board comments, superintendent comments, the flag, the consent agenda, we're A lot of times pushing 8 o'clock on a 7 o'clock meeting, we haven't even got to any business yet. So what's your thoughts on the public speaking? Do we limit it to, it's either time or you limit how many people are going to speak. 3 minutes to me is an eternity.
Yes.
2 minutes, I mean, if you can't say it in 2 minutes, then, for an example, Scott's super easy to track. He says things pretty quickly, it gets done. But he's a professional. People that come in to talk to us aren't always capable of doing that. So what's your thoughts?
2 minutes. Two. And if, I think my understanding is if a person wants to do a presentation of a longer topic, they can always ask ahead of time for time in the agenda to be added to the agenda for them to do a presentation, right? So for as far as
More of an employee rather than public.
No, it's
this
not
is for,
anybody.
this is for
Public
public
comment.
comments. So any public comment, we have a session for that, and I think 2 minutes is enough for you to express your point.
Right.
Now, if someone wants to address the board with a topic that is broader, in depth, they can request to be added to the agenda, and then we can just say, well, we'll give you 5 minutes for you to present, or a 10-minute, or, whatever agenda allowing. But for the public comment session where people go in and send an email and enter the Zoom or come in here, I think 2 minutes is a good amount of time.
And I also, the question that I highlighted too is like, questions asked by the public when possible shall be answered immediately by the chair or referred to staff members for reply.
When possible.
That has that hasn't really happened before. It's like, we're kind of like quiet and not much interaction with the public. So it's like we've been advised not to interact with the public, and then we're being advised to interact.
It's
But I
really
guess we don't.
But it says
you
your
guys-
questions asked by the public, when possible, shall be answered immediately by the chair or referred to staff members. So say a public person, a parent, comes in and asks a very like plain, like, how many kids are there going to be in my classroom? And Dr. Phillips knows it. That would be something that would be a very objective data fact thing to answer. And the chair will have the ability to say, this is something that can be answered. Dr. Phillips, are you able to answer that? And Dr. Phillips may say, well, I need to get back to you because I'm not sure if it's 35 or whatever number that is.
Mhm.
Or we may say, we'll get back to you. And when possible, makes it so that, there's some questions like the accident injury, that's very hard to answer. It's not, if it's more subjective question, I think this policy gives the ability to, when possible, answer immediately. If
And
not,
do research or.
yeah,
fo-
it may
follow
be
up, like
something that
what needs to
Dr. Phillips may need to, the chair may say, hey, Dr. Phillips, can you look into that?
What I would recommend is that, let's say there's 5 public comments and 2 of them have questions. Immediately after the board meeting, the chair and I would meet, and the chair would say, these 2 questions, I need you to get back to them first thing tomorrow morning. And because I agree with Scott, I just don't want to give false information in a public
Right.
meeting.
Right.
And even if, how many kids are in your class, and I think it's 25 and it happens to be 27.
Right.
That's almost 10% off, right? So I think we just quickly meet right after
Yeah.
and say, public comment 3 and public comment 5, can you circle back and knock that out tomorrow? Yep, done.
Okay,
So that's what I would recommend.
I think that's good.
So 2 minutes, we'll follow that. Good to go.
I
So-
would just add, graft onto that, maybe like, we should just have a formal structure of process of how we handle questions that came in during a board meeting. I don't think we should ever be ad-libbing answers to questions
Mhm.
from the board chair seat. Like, that just doesn't make sense to me.
I agree. I think what you've been doing is just to stay silent and thank them for their time, and that we'll get back to them, is exactly what you should continue doing.
And
And
what
that
about,
too, when people speak, you guys, there's somewhere I read and all this stuff. Don't be on your cell phone. Don't not make
Oh.
eye
oh,
contact.
yeah,
Have great customer service skills towards the public. Person, even if it's, you're tired of hearing it, give them the due respect. And I think it's okay at the end, just go, thank you. And even a thank you is better than just that stone cold look. And we've been told that that's uncomfortable for them also. It's uncomfortable for us because you do want to, we've had some top people in here in the past that you want to just go give a hug to. And and they're in tears. And sometimes it can be very difficult. So I think just genuinely give them our best consideration, for their feelings. And we've even had teachers cry because they're going through a tough time. It's not necessarily about us. And then to say thank you, and then we have to move on.
and when are we going to be opening it up to the public for being present?
Well, I think
At
right now
board
our
meetings.
plan is to get back into being here next board meeting, which
September, is it 12th or 13th?
It is 13.
13th. September 13th, we want to go live and open it up to guests. Is that what you're saying?
yes.
And do we have a max capacity? How do we handle that?
The room, I've
think
never
you
seen it. I've seen
fit
it
a lot of
full,
people.
but I've never seen it.
Mm.
Oh, so
Yeah, but we also haven't seen it with people in it since 2019, early 2020.
yeah.
So who knows what it would look like.
Yeah.
We had a full
That's what
meeting
happened.
now.
Play it by ear.
So, sorry, going back to what you're talking about circling back later, getting back to individual questions. So how are you gonna handle contact information? Making sure that,
They should be on a card. When they come and present, they're supposed to fill out a card and present it to Tabitha.
okay,
And that card will have their name, their address, phone number, email, and then a quick description of what they're presenting to the board.
Yeah, that's what they do at city council.
I could also bring some language to you as a board where you read public comment, which would be the expectations as we're allowing for public comment. And I don't know if you want that or not. I've had it vetted by OSBA in the past, so it's rather lengthy, but it also gives guidance and gives more direction as far as what the expectations are from all parties in the room.
The reason we're talking about this too, for like Ron Shelley, is for the last, I don't know how long, we've been so abnormal that Lisa Freely, our attorney through Willamette SD, has read the comments from the public. And
Yeah.
it's kind of nice because she's quick, she's articulate, she's fast. And she just, knocks them out really quick. When the public comes in, it gets more cumbersome, it goes slower. Sometimes there's emotion, sometimes there's not, but so we haven't even been in that mode for quite a while. Lisa Freely's done a great job for us reading our comments to us. And it's kind of taken the drama out of the comments, so to speak. So that's why we have been doing it. So again, for all of us, it's kind of, we're getting back into, the old way of kind of a normal board meeting. So it's kind of a good time we're all kind of getting back to that. And it's the first time we're doing it with Dr. Milton Scott.
So would there be value in distinguishing in our policies between public comments about items presented on that meeting's agenda and then presentations of new things that aren't related to the agenda that people want to make to us that need to get scheduled on the agenda? Because I think the free form public comment, it's an invite to just keep griping over things that happened 6 months ago instead of dealing with we're trying to deal with tonight in our meeting.
I'll let you two speak to that. I don't know how I feel.
Oh, I think you've got a good point, Brian. I guess we could have two sections on our, like a public comment A and then a public comment B.
Or you could even read the public comments related to the agenda item at the time that you're dealing with the said agenda item during the meeting.
Oh, so you say, so we put an agenda item and we all discuss it, or you all discuss it, and then it's. Are there any public comments specifically for this?
Yeah,
Here's the
I
public
think that's
comments
what
we
they do at
received
city
for this
council. They do
item.
that.
Okay, and then you move on down the line, and then there's more of an open.
Well, if people wanted to come and talk to us about something that's not on our week's agenda, they would need to ask you to put it on the agenda for them to come and make a presentation to talk to us.
I think the key word in that, though, is ask. Just because there is an ask to have it on the agenda doesn't mean it will be on the agenda.
Mhm.
And that again is going to cause some consternation. Again, there may be something I'm very passionate about, and it's that we need the curbs painted yellow for not parking in that area, and it just to no end. Okay, that may not be very high on the priority as a board or as a district. So again, those are the types of things too, that you gotta, and then if we don't put that on the agenda, then no, this is, and yes, we know it's important to the individual, but it may not be important to the mission of the district. So again, trying to strike that balance, what we put on the agenda, what we don't put on the agenda. Because oftentimes people feel that, yeah, well, I went to the soup, and how come the soup didn't put it on the agenda? And well, because this is where the board was wanting the direction we need to go in. So there's been times in my past where I have not put in items on that agenda, which allows for the public comment for them still to
Right.
express, still to bring it to your attention without them being denied.
Yeah, I think the public
sometimes-
comment is that forum where a person can come in and say anything. Basically, it doesn't have to be in the agenda, it doesn't have to, even if it's denied or it's not allowed to be added to the agenda. I see the value on adding public comments per agenda topic. I also see the potential to further delay. I like the format that we have those 30 minutes initial to the meeting where everybody comes and say what they want to say, whether it takes 30 minutes or 2 minutes or whatever, and we pay attention, we listen, we take notes and move forward with the consent agenda and, carry on the business that has been laid out in the agenda. And if one of those comments were, are pertinent to an item of the agenda that we're discussing, we, during our discussion, can always say, and remember that we had public say this, or that. And again, going back to the questions and that, I like the idea of at the end of the meeting, board and superintendent get together and say, hey, we heard these two, however many things from the public that we need to address ASAP. I like the format that we have right now, and I'd be hesitant to bring public comments to the middle of the consent just because it could, if it was, I'm.
Remember too, most people come in and speak to us this is a big deal.
Yeah.
They're not public speakers, they're not professional educators who can speak in front of a group. And it gets to that point to the courage to get up, to get here and actually speak to what looks like a courtroom is hard for a lot of people. And so I've heard that many, many times, they're scared to death. I remember coming down a long time ago about a road trip we were doing. And it was like walking into a grand jury. That's how it feels a little bit, pretty stuffy, and stuff. So.
But I think language to public comment is critical for you. I'm going to harp on this a little bit. You haven't seen the language, but we can't afford to have somebody come in and discuss my teacher, my EA, my whatever isn't getting the job done, because we can't have that in an open session. So I think it's important that we have language and guidelines up front. So as a suggestion that maybe that's an item that we add to the agenda for next time, that you get a chance to review and to parse and to adjust whatever that language is, because it's fine in my mind, but you're like, well, I don't know what he's bringing forward. You know, you trust, but you're going to verify as well, and then you're going to go back through. So that would be my suggestion, that we add to the agenda as we're preparing to welcome the public in the room with us.
There's a gavel will come down on is, it'll be nice to move past some of the attacks. So if somebody comes in and wants to just get all over one of us or, staff member here, that's not going to happen. It's not going to, I mean, that's a tough one. Let them speak, but if it gets real personal and swearing and things like that, then we have to stop that. But there'll be times where people speak where it's uncomfortable and we just listen and say thank you very much.
But remember just a policy though. You don't have to let them speak.
Right.
Yeah.
You have to let them be here. You have to observe, but you don't have to let them speak. We want all the positive comments we can get, even some negative ones, but we don't need attacks. And so that you have that full right as a board chair to cut people off when they're inappropriate.
Okay.
Oh, Rene.
Next.
Oh, no.
Oh, good job, Kelly.
No, I'm good.
Well, one thing I just thought of, it's different, it's off topic, I'm sorry, but
Oh,
student reps from the high school.
Yes,
I assume we want to continue with those.
yes.
oh, yes.
And so, I'll reach out to Tammy and make sure that happens. Maybe we can get them on board. So our first board meeting on the 13th.
That'd be great.
Last year I did a lot of research on that. We ended up with two, Maddie and
Rowan.
Rowan, they were great. But
Rowan is
a lot of school districts only do one. Some would do two. We had people here that wanted, 40. So again, that's a thing we'll have to talk about, what our limits are. Because it does take time. I think now that we're where we're at, without going backwards, then we can start a mentoring program this year that's really healthy for those young people. Those two are awesome. And so hopefully we'll get a couple of, two seems like a really good number.
Yeah, I agree.
would say
Having
no
two
more.
is good because if there is a conflict, we can always have one of the reps come and gives the opportunity to two young people to go through this. I think it's great.
One other thing I'd like to add or question is going back to when we visit schools, is it possible to have some type of name badge? Because heightened security nowadays, and also it's a shout out that they'll know the boards they're visiting.
Yeah, we can get one of these that Scott has on.
Oh, that'd be
And
great.
instead of saying staff on the bottom, we can have it say board member.
Okay, we just order them through Tabitha or
Yeah, Tab.
Oh,
Great,
and you
thank
guys
you.
did get your pictures.
And add
on
to
the
that,
wall.
can tell.
we've submitted our pictures.
Oh, okay.
Hey, guys, this is something we've never had before. I think it's gonna be really cool. Tabitha, can you speak to the cards?
The business card?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'll be ordering business cards for each of you. What I'd like to put on it is your name, maybe what zone you represent, contact information. I'll use your school email address and then the district office mailing address. And that is what I feel probably be appropriate for the business cards. So you guys will keep them on that.
You put their nickname on there too. We'll have to come up with those.
Our phone numbers are listed, at least mine is, on the school website.
That's correct.
Yeah, but it will not be on the business.
That is up to you. I thought we could maybe leave it off the business card, because probably if you want to give something your phone number, you can put it on the back.
Yeah.
Raquel would like a 24/7 number put on for.
She's on call.
Yes, no, I will go with what
But yes, no.
has been, that's fine. Not that anybody ever called me.
Hey, guys, when you get the cards, I really highly recommend we get those out to everybody. Just, so they, even when we go to a school, hand them to a teacher so they feel.
Yeah.
Like it just adds a little bit of personal touch. Thanks, Abbott, for doing that.
Thank you.
And so, by the way, this is just habit for me. I mean, today we're in a retreat mode. But I'm also here as a school official, so this just lets people know they're not going to recognize me, and it helps you as well when you're out and about. So
And through the efforts of Dr. Phillips, those badges are going to mean something very good to our community.
Yeah, that's the plan. Yep.
thank you, sir.
So Shelley. You want to bring up your idea?
What,
The badges?
yeah,
Oh.
we talked about that, the IDs and things. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that that'll go a long way, you know, towards differentiating what kind of mode you're in.
Yeah.
To the school.
Sorry. Because I asked a question.
No, I don't think so.
Lifesaver.
Okay, so we've gone through our policies. Thank you for your due diligence in weighing in on this. And there are many, many ways to interpret, but again, I think when we can get together, we can discuss and talk about what our expectations are. And there are going to be times when we get together as a collective and there's going to be passion, and that's okay to be passionate. And we may not always agree, but we do need to operate more cohesively as a board and with the superintendent, which then translates into our district. So next agenda item, if I may, is talk.
No, be great.
Go ahead, sir.
I wanted to get Brian really quickly to speak. Brian is super correct. He's never wrong. But he already knows that. Some of us are older, we like paper. But Brian, would you speak to how all these policies are online? Just so
All our policies are online and they're much more accessible there because you can do keyword searches of all the policies. So if you want to find everything that said student fees, you can search student fees and it'll bring you up all the policies that has that in it. So it's very useful. It's on our website. I would recommend you check it out.
And talking about website, I don't know if we're gonna discuss this.
hold on.
Oh,
So when you get to that 2 stages, I would say we will keep adding to this hard copy book. But also what Brian's saying is there's a lot more flexibility for you to do some research on stuff. I think Scott, we have 6 policies in here. In this book right now, maybe 10 or whatever. I don't know. There's what 100,
No.
how many policies?
There's
are there?
7 policies, right? In your
Overall, Brian, how many are there roughly?
hundreds.
Dozens, if not hundreds.
Yeah, so, you know, when you're bored, you don't have anything to do, you know, you can start doing what
Internet
Brian
is
says,
your
you can
friend.
start, you know, crossover and new policies, but we will add stuff to this. Also, Tabitha and I are gonna work on a better, like there were a cheat sheet, which would be Scott, what's an IEP?
Individual education plan.
What's that?
That is a plan between the family and what the school district promises to provide to individual students that may be struggling a little bit more. And so this is what we're going to say are steps that we're going to take with your students and in their education. And these are the things that we will ensure that we will be addressing as we're progressing through the class or throughout the school year.
There's one, what's SPED mean?
Special education.
Okay. Used to be vocational, now it's called what?
CTE.
That makes sense, you guys. That's what the cheat sheet will be for all of us to catch up on some of the stuff for educational stuff that's 2022. It's not vocational, CT.
So did he win a prize?
So yeah, you will.
Did he win a prize? He answered all your questions correctly.
I can never use that expression because I end up
It's-
saying.
I had a seat at the table.
If you have areas where you want to know more, let me or Brian know, and Tabitha and I will work on getting those added to here. If you have an area where you're confused on something, you know, sometimes even when you're in education, you don't even know what these things mean. You're going, oh. I mean, half our staff at high school didn't know what the copy machine was most of the time because nobody trained them. So it's just our way of training each other on all those educational terms. So Rene, you had a question?
Yeah, and it might be covered later, when the communication group comes in, but it has to do with the website and stuff like that. So maybe I'll just wait for that. What has helped me, back to new board members, what has helped me through the year, like when I would see the agenda come out, well, I would always have the secretary print out the agenda because I like to have it physical so I can make notes and highlight certain things. And then if there was certain topics, I would pull them up in the policies and then print out those policies that would pertain maybe to certain topics that we were going to be discussing. So I kind of knew what the policies were on that. And then I keep a folder at home and then keep the policies in order. So then I can refer back to them quickly if I need to. So that's one way I do it kind of at home. I don't have all of them printed out, but just the ones that I think that are important with kind of what we're dealing with. So,
And just a quick, like say student fees. Don't think that's gonna be policy SF for student fee, right?
yeah,
It has no, there's no,
yeah.
they're not acronyms. So. That was, yeah, that was important years ago.
Dave, I need a quick break.
Yep, let's go. 5 minutes, guys. Let's go. 10:55, we'll be back. Call on, I need a piece of stuff. Sky's got a tough one.
We're
So
still
your
queuing
question
up.
is?
We're still queuing up online.
Oh, okay. Okay, so again, I'll start and we're gonna go to Trevor first this time. Pretty easy one. What high school did you attend and what town? I went to Newburgh High School in 1975 in Newburgh, Oregon.
Newburgh High School in Newburgh, Oregon. I graduated in 1989.
I attended the first few years of high school in Brazil in a school called Colégio Integrado Paulistano in São Paulo. And my last year, I was an exchange student to Rivera Culver High School in 1995, where I graduated in 1995. That's in Texas.
Well, I challenge any of you to beat mine. I grew up in a little town in Northern California called Weed, W-E-E-D, California.
Yeah, very
So-
popular in Oregon.
My high school was Weed High School.
It's funny. Oh, I do.
Well, as the old guy, Newburgh High School class of 69, along with my wife, who I met in this very building in 7th grade.
Oh, cute. Let's go.
And I graduated from San Carlos High in San Carlos, California.
And I was at Rocky Mountain High, Colorado. So in 81.
Oh, Lebanon High School, Lebanon, Oregon.
West Albany High School, Albany, Oregon, class of 80.
Parma High School, Parma, Idaho.
Okay, so that next time you get a question, it's gonna be, what has been your career or maybe one of your main jobs? Doesn't have to be all of them, just like something you've done as a job or a main hobby. So you don't have to list your whole resume. Just that'll be the next question for the next time around. Scott, you're up.
So the next item on our agenda is discussing menstrual with dignity and the overview with that. So going away from policy a little bit, I want to let you know, like I shared with you, that we get quarterly updates every so often from OSBA. So I found it interesting that with all the quarterly policy updates that OSBA does not have a policy, which I find interesting that they don't have language at this time. And so somebody that's dealt with policies quite a bit over the years, I think there's still a little bit of controversy around it. And so there isn't any legal opinions coming to the districts. Now, has the legislature made up their minds on how we are to implement? Yes, and I don't want to say otherwise. But as far as OSBA giving boards guidance across the state, it's not forthcoming at this time. If it had been, I would have been sharing with you. So the 2021 Menstrual Dignity Act, which is HB 3294, creates a requirement for school districts to provide free menstrual products for all menstruating students in public schools in Oregon, including elementary, middle, and high school students. And then the information I have with you is information below comes from outlined in OAR 581-21 0587 through 0596.
So I think some of the things you need to be aware of is this is asking schools to put tampon and pad machines in all of our restrooms in our buildings. As Scott said, elementary, middle, and high. Not based on gender, so it's in boy and girl, not based on age, so it's K-12. Free of charge. I will say that our counselors in our buildings and in our offices as well already do this. They're just not in the bathrooms. They're in the counselor's offices, or they're in the office. So we do free of charge already, but we currently are not, we don't have machines in every bathroom. They've been traditionally in the female restrooms, high school, middle school.
Why is that?
Why is what?
Why is that they've traditionally been in the female restrooms?
Because I would say traditionally, that's where we've acknowledged that individuals need that product and that the male counterparts did not. And I
That
think-
makes a lot of sense.
I
Thank you.
think there's a shift in society.
On the understanding of people who menstruate.
People who will menstruate.
Got it. Okay.
So I read the little legal opinion there, but I don't see any provisions for what the penalties for failing to follow the statute are.
So I've reached out to OSBA, and for those of you who may not be aware, Division 22 standards from the state is what school districts have to do. And every year we report to you and we give you a list of assurances that we are following each one of those standards required, and they can vary from year to year. This is a Division 21 standard, not a Division 22 standard. And so I sought a legal opinion on this. And so basically what I said is what was in the email was that there is not a direct pathway for a lack of funding, because typically that's what will happen to school districts, is that if we fail to comply, then they will withhold funding. At this time, that's not written into law anywhere. And so again, this is a Division 21 standard, not a 22. And so districts, if you decide not to follow this this House bill or this OAR, there isn't any clear penalty laid out there. I think if a district chooses to go in another direction, you could anticipate complaints being sent to ODE. But as far as OSBA and a policy, if you do this, then this will happen. They've clearly said that they're not prepared at this time to give language and direction to districts.
And if someone did send a complaint to ODE, what would the potential fallout of that be?
Again, at this time, this is now only speculation. This isn't me having any legal grounds. And so based on my past experience, I don't know, I don't believe there's a mechanism at the state level. And it's a question that I was asking an OSBA attorney as well. I would anticipate that that would be rectified in short order through the legislative process in the state. It may come into issue with the federal level, and with the Biden administration, they're more of a progressive mindset. And so there may be some withheld funding from a federal level that we receive. That's only speculation on my part.
But they won't be able to do that based on a state law. The feds, they can only withhold federal funds for us not upholding our duties to follow federal law.
Well, that's where it gets fuzzy and gets complicated. So for example, the state of Oregon has, on another controversial topic, has legalized the use of marijuana. And yet at the federal level, it's still against the law. It's still a drug that they don't recognize. And so that's where state and the feds blur. And so for me to give you clear guidance, I can't give you clear guidance at this time because I don't think it's been challenged here in the state.
Well, and it just depends how the complaint is written. They could say it's a discriminatory complaint, discriminatory based on gender.
Mhm.
And that, and that would be a federal issue.
And a state constitutional issue as well, because the Oregon Constitution, is different from the federal Constitution.
No, I'm working regulatory, so I always like looking at what the requirements are and what is the best way for us to meet the requirements. Thinking about the business case or about a way for you to meet it and be compliant, but also that it's not burdensome and it doesn't overdo it. So I am sure that there is a way for us to meet the requirement without compromising on what we think is common sense, truth, and fair to all concerned. So between all of us, I am pretty sure that we can come up with a plan that will put us on the right side of this issue where a complaint would not be, there would not be basis for a complaint against the ODE, but also recognizing some of what is common sense into the need of these products, if that makes sense. Like
My only concern with that, and that's a good point, but if we read the law, it's very specific, like maybe an envelope, then maybe a cabinet, then this and that. It says must be in the bathrooms. And so I agree with you. It'd be nice, to have common sense, but it doesn't seem like the law allows for common sense, if that makes sense.
in at least 2 student bathrooms in each public school building.
That was,
That's one improvement.
that was for last year.
That was
Okay.
last
If you go
year.
to, if you turn the page and it
We're
says,
Got it.
yeah, section 2,
Every bathroom.
was created.
And that's for every bathroom. They don't say boys or girls, or it's every bathroom. And then
And
What-
do we have bathrooms that that have a common space shared? For example, I know that there are bathrooms that are, that you enter a kind of a hall and there is, like basins for you to wash your hands and then it goes into the bathroom. Would that, and then, a female bathroom, or male bathroom, or whatever, girls' bathroom, but is there a way that we can comply to that by having these products or these dispensers in this common area of the bathroom?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I mean, there's, as you said, you see them in stores a lot as well. You enter and then you hang a right for one and a left for the other. There's a space there that's kind of common space that you can do. But I wanted to make sure we're really clear. The law did say 2 bathrooms. Last year. And then because they gave kind of a grace period. And then they said now that grace period's over, now it's every bathroom in every building.
Okay.
It was a nice question. I was curious, how many boys did we have last year in the Weaver School District that had a menstrual cycle?
Hmm.
That we need to address.
Yeah, I wasn't here last year. And that's, I don't,
That's a
And it
very
was not-
in-depth
Not
question.
understanding this from a male standpoint, what would be the age appropriate where a person would have a menstrual cycle? I mean, does that happen at 5 and 6 and 7 and 8?
No, but if you're trying to influence the minds of young people into thinking that that's possible, then you would want to start as soon as possible before they develop critical thinking skills against it.
Again, no, but just straight up science, what's the,
There is no science behind
Yeah.
this.
No.
This is anti-science.
I get it. but
This is
so what age
anti-truth.
does the menstrual cycle typically
So
start?
normally
it starts
the,
early as not, it's
Yeah.
9, it used to be 13, used to be the age, but it's gotten younger and younger. So 8,
Uh,
9 might be on the very early.
early, yeah, a
Side of it.
female, a person who was born a female can start their menses, is that how you call it in English? Their period at as young as 9. So that would put them in,
So the chances of that happening are thin. So at the minimum, our grade school, we're talking maybe a handful of females that would have this issue at the grade school level, K through 5. Yeah, we're still gonna put in thousands of dollars worth of machines and have these accessible to all kinds of young people who have no need for them. Science speaking, of course.
That depends on what your definition of dispenser is. Not to sound like a former president, but dispenser is what? Basket? Is it a big, expensive, bulky machine on the wall, or?
It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. The point is to force you to
Yeah,
put it in there.
yeah, I get that.
What it says, and I just read through it very quickly, but you could have as little as a manila envelope. Having them in there. And so if we want to choose our battles, I mean, we could just throw I'm sorry. We could place a manila envelope just so that people can reach it and they'll be it'd be accessible and affordable. course, there can be tampering, but there could be tampering with anything that you leave open for.
That's another question from male to a female. Last year, for sure, this happened at the middle schools where they were accessible tampons. So they're being used for all kinds of different things by immature young people who have no idea really what they do. So they're touched, handled, and everything else, and then they end up in the hands of somebody who actually needs one. You know, what would be the chances of some type of like we're in the era of COVID, so everything we touch, you know, we had to wipe everything down and all kinds of stuff. Now all of a sudden we have kids using these as, I'll just say one word, cigars. There were many other applications by people who didn't need them, who were using them because they were there.
Right.
So how does that translate into the person who actually needs one for a real reason?
They
If
can
it's
always
been
go to the
touched and
council.
compromised, because it's been touched, when, why can't we go back to the counseling department or the main office for,
From a girl's perspective, when you go to the bathroom and you find out that you need one, you don't want to have to go to the counselor back. So
No,
I
fair.
totally get it that it needs to be in the bathroom. I'm not even going to. My main concern is, as you mentioned, it being accessible or, you know, potentially to be wasted and to, you know, and in a place where really most likely will not be used for the purpose of it. I think and we would have to quantify that. That would be something of data to see how much is the cost, what is the burden of having these products available in every boy's or every or whatever we want to call it, in every bathroom, regardless whether, you know, the population that uses that bathroom needs it or not. What is and I hate to give the task of let's count so that we know, but I mean, are we talking about we are placing 10 every day in this bathroom and 10 are being destroyed every day? Or it happened once and it's not happening anymore because, and what is the cost of that?
So
Those are
the cost,
information.
I believe is important. There's one thing that's, I don't think anybody knows, is that ODE will reimburse the Newburgh School District up to $20,000.
A month or a year?
No, in total.
To install the machines.
There's another, speaking as a female, a lot of times you go into the bathroom and there's nothing there. The dispenser's empty. I propose, or sorry, this isn't official. What if we considered keeping the paid machines the way they are, the way they are, and because most people can plan to have some change in their pocket, you do that, and then we supplement it so we can follow the law with an envelope and put it in there, and then, in my opinion, it'll get abused, and also per the law, we're supposed to invite them to take as much as they want. Okay, so we do what we can do. We put it in the envelope, manila envelope, and then we also keep tampons, whatever, in the counselor's office. So that young woman really needs it. She knows where she can get it. Also, we have them in the machines where they're protected, but we're following the law by putting the cheap, inexpensive manila envelopes and putting it around.
I think it's a matter of maintenance more than just putting the, whether it's a manila envelope or a little box or a basket or whatever it is that, if it's not an actual metal dispenser or whatever it is that someone's going to be making money by making these
But
dispensers.
there's no way if someone comes in and grabs the envelope, which will probably happen, that we can't be in there 24/7.
Right.
It's gonna happen.
And what's gonna be the cost of the maintenance if we do put
Exactly.
these in there and they're shoving them down the toilets and
Yeah,
they're all over
it-
the ceiling and down the hallways?
Yeah, it's a
and,
maintenance that I am
You
more
know, and then
worried.
we're paying a janitorial service to go in and constantly be picking up these things and.
What's the bigger cost to the kids that are, I know it's a hot topic, guys, so we have to wrap it up there. You know, what's the cost to all the kids that don't need to be around a stall? What's the mental cost to these kids that are
Mm,
going into a situation where they don't need to be around this? You know, this is a thing where certain students need this and certain students don't. Yeah, we're trying to put a square peg in a round hole by trying to say we're gonna, you know, cover this whole thing for everybody when it's not needed by everybody. Yeah, what's our educational mental
Well,
damage? We
but
got all
it's
these
not-
kids.
if it's not
It's not
law,
us.
No, I
it's the
get it.
law of
I know, I
Florida.
understand that.
So
I'm just saying, you know, at some point, at a school board in a school district, you know, it's not like we haven't stood up to stuff before. I mean, the common sense of what Shelley's saying is like, what's the thing we can do to comply and yet do it common sense? And if OD doesn't like that, then we can have a discussion, you know, months down the road. I had 3 boys. I don't want my boys walking into a bathroom because as immature as they could be, all the things that were happening at our middle schools last year really did happen. And it wasn't to be, the tampons weren't being used for what they were designed for. They were being used for a million other reasons if they're inappropriate. And then that's middle school. They're light years more ahead of grade schoolers. So that's my big thing is like, what's our mental health cost here? Our public is demanding us as a school board to get the school district healthy. They're demanding for us to make decisions to get this school district in a place where people want to come to our schools. They want to educate their kids in our schools. We have people leaving left and right in public education because of things like this. And I say, you know, I feel like they've overstepped their bounds and at some point we're the school board for the Newburgh. We represent the parents of this school district. And I know that doesn't make it easy for Dr. Phillips, but I know we're not voting on this today or anything like that, but this is a tough one.
And so I think if I was to guess, there was some questions about what could maybe happen. If I was to guess how it would roll out is if there was a complaint from a parent that said my child needed one and there wasn't one in there, they would come to us. Well, they should come to us. They could very well leapfrog us and go to ODE, but hopefully ODE would redirect them back to the district. And then we would have a conversation and they would ask us, why aren't you following the law? We would go through that. It would end up going to ODE. And then ODE could do a number of things. One thing they could do is come after administrators who have a license who say TSPC could get involved in our licensure. I doubt it, but they could. If ODE came down and said, hey, there's a problem, you need to fix it, they would give you an opportunity to fix it. If you chose not to fix it, then I think way down the road, they could maybe come after some funding. And in the meantime, who knows? I mean, OSBA is still struggling with the policy or creating a policy.
Yeah, there's not really a policy there. So
Correct. There
we
isn't.
don't really have to do anything because there's nothing really there. Right?
Well,
And-
the law went into effect. The law is in effect.
Yeah.
There are districts absolutely doing this right now.
Yeah.
And there are districts absolutely not doing this right now.
Yeah,
The OSBA has not written a policy yet, and I think that, and I'm not speaking for OSBA, but I think that goes to show how difficult of a policy this is for OSBA to draft and for OSBA members to vote on.
mhm.
Can you put these in the building on your own authority without the board's say? Or does the board have to approve something like this?
No, I would think I could do it without the board's say. That's not how I choose to operate.
Right,
But
I was just going to suggest that if you brought this before the board and it was voted down, then maybe we could just move on to other business.
all right, any other comments about this?
No.
It's your meeting, but any other?
Is there a
No, I-
lawsuit against this already?
Is there what?
A lawsuit against this already in the courts?
There is a complaint.
Okay.
It hasn't developed into a formal lawsuit, but there is a complaint currently by, I believe, a board member in Southern Oregon area
Mhm.
about this. Yes.
Okay.
Who's the complaint been filed with?
I believe ODE.
If there is a lawsuit, I would be interested in seeing us join it, frankly.
Yeah, and it hasn't, I was under, I think I may have told Director Powell that, but I did some research and it's not a lawsuit yet. It's a
Okay.
complaint right now.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go grab.
We got two more things that we got, the board agreements and the operation agreement.
Okay, I'm gonna finish this quick.
Yeah.
Okay, so in your packet, I have given you a board governance agreement, and basically what that is just some basic rules that you would be willing to abide by. So it's a board rules and responsibility, how we operate, make decisions, and how we communicate. This is all based off of policy that I just dropped into an overview sheet. I'm not asking for action. I'm not asking for agreement. What I am asking is that you would be willing to consider and preview this between now and the next board meeting, and potentially having this back onto the agenda to decide if you like this as written. If not, what adjustments would you be wanting or willing to make, or no, we don't even want to see this. So you have a plethora of options with this, but I wanted to put something before you to give you an idea. Again, as we're talking about coming together and moving forward as a district between the board and the superintendent, and amongst yourselves, I think this is a good document to start, as is the board superintendent operating agreement. Again, these are some things that I felt where board and the superintendent have to have a good working agreement. And again, this is only suggestions, and this is based off of policy, but it's not written exactly as policy. So you can see, for example, number one, no surprises, whether it's from the superintendent to the board or the board to the superintendent. Will there be surprises? Yes, but we have to do our best to communicate with one another to make sure that we keep each other fully informed, so that when you go out into the general public, that we've shared with you some key issues that may be coming up. And then you can see it's broken down into communication, chain of command, decision-making process, and so on. And again, you may like this, you may not massage it, but again, I think for me, it would make sense to bring this back on for the next agenda for you to have more clear, concrete expectations. This was nothing more than just to get you starting to think about and considering this.
I had a question about how we operate and make decisions at number 8, like it says 2, 3.
Is it board governance agreement or,
Yeah,
okay, number
yeah,
8.
and it said 2, 3 or more board members must agree before an item is placed on a meeting agenda. So if I like come up with something like, oh, I really want this, I want to talk about this on an agenda, I have to find another board member that would agree with me before
That's
I
what
can
this
put
is
it.
saying.
Because
That's-
before I would just
That's why
go,
this is a suggestion.
Okay.
You can say, forget it.
okay,
Yeah, it says draft across the page. If
Okay.
this is a bad idea, toss it.
And Renee, you probably did get two, because you would probably go to the board chair and say, hey, can I get this on the agenda? And there's your second person.
oh, okay.
So again, these are only suggestions. These aren't requirements. You can throw the whole thing out.
Focus on 3, you guys. This has been a really tough one because we've had people take a lot of incredible liberties about this one.
Which one?
Number 3 on the board governance. Obviously, everybody's going to get an opportunity at some point to speak to the press or something like that. Just be careful how you speak, but also in the past, this has been abused in a bad way. Just know that the press doesn't always repeat exactly what you say. So you have to be careful what you say. Simple as that. If you're confused about that or a little nervous, then I would hold off and come back and, talk to another board chair, board vice chair, and we'll address it together.
And also, if you are approached by the press, you need to let all the other board members know that you have talking.
Yeah.
If you give it an interview.
Yeah, if you're gonna. you have to
And one
let
thing
us-
you can do is ask for those interview questions to be emailed to you. And then
That's
you can
good, yeah,
reply,
right.
then you can reply in writing, which
Yeah,
does, then
That's a
you
good
save
idea.
that email and you know what you said and you can prove what you said rather than
yeah.
what they.
Oh, that's a good idea.
There's another thing is maybe to be thinking about, we won't sell it right now, but how we communicate. The second one, number 12, the chair responds to a group email sent to the board. And this also goes to like press inquiries. If we're going to communicate great communications take some planning. And if the poor board is trying to have a vacation, is trying to have a vacation or it gets sick, things get unanswered. And so if we could be thinking of what the follow-up plan is.
The vice chair in this particular analogy.
Chairman or
But how do
his
we-
designee.
Right, but how do we know? And then what is a realistic response time? I mean, so just be thinking of those things, like
Sure.
Yeah.
It's good points.
And as Scott said, this is a draft. It can be, you can put all that in there.
okay, great.
For
Absolutely.
next, on the
Absolutely.
13th, we can revisit this.
But any correspondence that's coming from the district to the board, the superintendent has the right to stick to the facts. By the way, here's what's happened today, A, B, C, D. He doesn't and should not try to persuade one way or another. Keep it clean, keep it factual, keep it short.
Remember, every single email you write is open to public request, every single one. So what you say in an email should be very brief, very short, very to the point, business like, if at all.
On the last one, the board and superintendent operating agreements. Number 11. Dave's already mentioned it, but it's a good one. The Boyd Marathon Board member meeting.
Let's go back. One other thing on the communication. Do we have a policy for the press? Like who do we, when they have a question about the menstrual plan or whatever, who can they contact any of us or do we have a designated person or?
My recommendation would be to come back to the chair and superintendent.
Okay, so that's your recommendation, but they could contact any of us. There's no.
They could, and my recommendation to you would be, I would ask you to reach out to Chair Brown or Superintendent Phillips.
And back to another question on communication. Concerning emails that come in. I would like to discuss it as a board of how we go about answering emails. Especially, I feel like in the past, there's been a lot of emails that have not been addressed. And then I think that's really looks bad on us that we are not listening and hearing, whether you agree with them or not. We should be addressing every single email that comes into us. And so as the board chair, if he is unable to do that, then we need to make sure we have some kind of a protocol or something, a designated person that can respond to every single email. And maybe there'd be times where we have a statement that we copy and paste into everyone. If it's, a general thing where everyone is saying pretty much the same thing. But I think I think we have fallen short of that in the past. And I would like this next year that we stay on top of that. And
So, what I would recommend for number 12. is next month, come with language.
Yeah.
So the chair responds to group email and to the board. If the chair is unavailable, the duty falls to the vice chair, and replies will be done within X number of days.
It could be the chair or the designee.
Yeah, and it will be done within X number of days. And then it's clears it up a little bit, sets a timeline. So it's, yeah.
And also maybe think through language if the press does contact one of us for feedback, if we're sensitive of timelines, because it's so important to the community to hear back from us when there's an article and this is what it is. And then we contacted the Newburgh School Board, didn't get a response by our deadline. And they just think, they don't know, maybe we had a good reason, but they just, doesn't look good. So if we could all maybe commit to making that a priority, getting back to the press and being careful about it, but time is very important. So I'll put some language together, but to think through that, what's realistic? How can we prioritize that? And I like what Rene was saying, was like having statements already crafted, even if it's just a brush off. Thank you for your input. We look forward to, we value all the input, but something.
Well, if we're gonna have a generic message, which is probably the way to go, because especially when you're dealing with something controversial and we're getting 1,000 emails in a day like we did, back in August, September, you can't personally respond to that many emails and dealing with the particulars of each email. So the right way is to probably just have an auto-generated response to the board email saying, thank you for your email. It's been received. It'll be reviewed. And, that generic message, just have it set up to automatically respond with that. That's what they do at, a higher level of government like Congress or the Senate. Well, it's not even out of office. It just lets you know the email got to the destination, instead of worrying that, well, did it go through? Is it out in the void and no one's ever seen it? That makes more sense to me than having Dave have to copy paste in a response to every email.
Yeah, and an auto reply.
If we can come up with some.
And Shelley, one thing
basic
to the
thing.
press, it's always for them. It's always their watch. They don't care about your watch. They care about their watch.
Right.
Their calendar. They don't care about your calendar. It's all about what they want.
And it's a personal choice for a board member, frankly, to respond to the press or not.
That's where we might have it's a personal choice. You're correct.
Yeah.
However, the reader doesn't know that it was your personal choice and why. You might have had a really good reason not to respond. But they're just saying, oh, they didn't get back with, they're flaky, or they don't care about us, they don't respect us. And, we lost an opportunity to shout out that we're really working hard for the, so.
Oh, you're assuming that they would print our response.
We have to, but we have to, at least give.
Or
We
they
need-
were
we need to
saying
use-
they were open to no comment, or they
I
approached
think
them and they
we
won't
need
talk.
to use this, the communication channels of our district to state any message. We should not use the press. That's my opinion.
If they call us though.
Thank you, no comment.
Doing an article and then, but we.
You know why, Shelley, and I say this with a lot of grace for our professionals of the press, but it is very it's a minefield whether your words are going to be used the way you said it or not, and it's a question mark. So I think the way that we could own what we say is to be a no comment type of response, and have our communications office via district support us or help us put out a message
I
that comes
like
from
that.
us.
But what I'm hearing too is that just respond to them, say, thank you. We value, your question. We'll be getting back to you. And then what's your email? And then write something in email, maybe go back to, whoever our wordsmither is or someone and check it over and get that back to them.
I'm gonna stop us here. I appreciate Shelley. We needed this today, so thank you for being the person to stir the drink a little bit. This is exactly what we need on the board. We need this going back and forth. You know, it's something where you two can have a conversation after the meeting and talk about, but we have to be able to just, okay, disagree. And we're having a little bit different point of view on this. And there's not just a right or wrong answer on this. It's pretty fluid. If you've been here 3 years like Brian and I, you know, you've been here as long as Rene and Trevor, you're like, we've all seen different things and stuff. So I think it's great we're doing this now because this needs to happen a little bit more. I mean, Brian, I've gone toe to toe on school start times, for example, and we just didn't agree, but then still love the guy most of the time. So we have to be able to disagree and get through these things. We just can't get bogged down on it. We move forward. We keep talking until we do come to a consensus as a board. It's not about any individual person until we're all comfortable with that. I do think that, I know our next presentation, which we got to get going on, I think they're going to help alleviate a lot of these problems with more communication out, because what you're saying is we don't communicate very well. And Rene said that very well. And I know Dr. Phelps has recognized that too. So I think once they're done, we might have a better understanding of how we're going to, for the first time, be professionally helped with communication.
Yeah.
Good.
All right, let me do number 7 real quick, and then we can go get Bridge and Bolter. It takes us back to policy BBAA, which Brian and Ron covered for us. Number 2. The reason I wanted to bring it up is there were some questions about whether it's Tyler Smith or Lisa Freely, our attorneys. Can a board member just, you know, reach out and have a conversation with them and get some questions answered or whatever? Well, according to this policy, the answer is no. Especially with Tyler charges us, you know, by the hour. I'm sure it's probably in 15-minute chunks. And so, so by making that phone call, you're costing the district money. Lisa's not free, but she doesn't charge hourly. We pay her in full upfront through the ESD. But I just wanted to talk about that real quick, that if you're seeking Tyler or Lisa's opinion on something, it needs to be brought to the board, and then the board can ask for that information per policy. Oh, I don't know, is this policy required?
BBAA?
Yeah.
No, I think that's a highly recommended, if I
Yeah.
remember
I mean,
correctly.
there could be some language changes if that's what you guys choose, but this is the policy we have in the books right now. So bottom line is per policy, don't go out on your own seeking legal opinion from our attorneys. If you have your own attorney, that's great. But from our attorneys, it's a board action. Should I go get?
And just one more comment here on the news media thing. It also talks about how no board member represents the entire board. So it is different if, you know, if they are reaching out to you, Shelley, to ask, that's my, you know, like, hey, you got nominated, how do you feel about it? What do you know, like they did to me, and I did inform everyone, hey, I'm going to take on this interview. But if an issue comes up at a board meeting and we have a discussion, and then someone sends you an email saying you want an interview, I think I would be very careful in taking on that.
Answer, and we acknowledge that, you know,
Yeah.
it's there. And then just, I'm gonna say, someone will get back to you within.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
what's your email? So we put
Absolutely.
everything in writing.
Yeah.
Yep. I agree.
And also, I would really look at when emails come in, like who it's addressed to. You know, and because I always, you know, somebody sends me an email that's just addressed to me, then I feel like it's my responsibility and duty to respond back to them because it's addressed just to me and not
Right.
to anyone else. So
Right.
really pay attention of really who it's being addressed to. And then also, again, who, when you respond, who you're responding to.
Hey, guys, just keep talking, just take a couple of minutes here while we're waiting for them to come in if you want to grab something that's for the bathroom. Well, they're all good stuff, so thank you with y'all. I mean, it's right on. We definitely gotta get rid of that. District, down, district, office, board.
Yeah, and we'll get it. It's complicated.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Me personally, Steve's more engaging than I am. If I get controversial emails, I'd be talking to who our communications representatives are, because I'm not smart enough to communicate, but that's what they get paid to do. So if I got that hot email, I'd be like, Dave, just so you know, I got this and I'm talking to our folks. And then you can turn around in real time.
We're off, or we're on, we're on.
But yeah, that'd be my suggestion. But
No, I think we need to use the resources for people who have training, the skills,
Oh, yeah, no, if we could use them, that would be great.
you know.
and realtors, yeah, that would be extremely helpful.
Yeah,
They're gonna wordsmith better than I am.
Oh, yeah.
We're happy to.
Oh,
Yep.
you've seen my writing too.
Oh, no, I was saying, wait, no.
No. I couldn't convince my last district to put the funds towards that, just because it was tough to communicate.
Yeah.
I got better. I didn't have a choice. And the other thing too is it's rather time consuming in your response, and you want to be thoughtful in what your first blush is, may not be after you've had a chance to. Again,
Yeah.
you've been working in the vineyards all day, you've been hit with this.
No, and I
response.
agree. I'm just saying, respond to, we got your
Yes,
query,
Yeah.
what's your email? We'll get back to you. That's probably what,
Yeah.
all I would do. And then,
yeah, and again, they can
oh, yeah, no, just.
shine it up.
Just have to answer it, that's all.
Agreed. Acknowledging that you received
Acknowledge
it.
it, yes.
Yes.
And that's what we've been doing on social media. We get questions and we just like, hey, I just want you to know we've heard you, or we're going to take this as the answer and we'll be back with, great questions.
Anybody else?
Snack menu.
Okay, we're back at it and we're to bridge and bolster, so we're a few minutes late, sorry for that.
No worries.
We've been talking. So you guys are on.
Okay, well, thank you for having us. We're honored to be here and excited to share with you some things that we've been working on and talking about. And I'm Rose, this is Michelle. Just to start off, we have been talking about just like one central theme that we feel applies to the school district that will ripple out into the community. And that is the statement, all in, we're all in for education, all in for coming together for our children. It's the one thing I think we can all get on board, that we're all in for our kids this year. So we have been working on creating just how can we really emulate that in everything we do, that theme of all in. Because I think we can all say that, yes, we're here, we're in it, we're in this to win it for the kids. I think the community can say that, the parents can say that. It's a powerful statement. So we feel just on our introduction here on the first page, Newburgh Public Schools, we're growing. We have a lot of great new people coming in. We have wonderful new children coming in. We've heard the call to ignite positive change, and we are fully prepared to answer it with initiatives that will bring healing and unity. From adversity comes growth and strength, and from finding ways to work together comes a strong community built on mutual trust. So that is the goal. I've listed out some of our goals here that we would like to put attention to here in the next few months. The starting point is really a brand upgrade. Newburgh Public Schools to include Dundee. We feel that Dundee is such an important part. The students and families are such an important part of the school. It's a great way to be inclusive and bring them in. So we'd like to maybe talk about how we can start working on a brand upgrade to include them. So it isn't just Newburgh, but it's also Dundee. We'd like to partner with local businesses to show support and appreciation for our educators and school employees. Establish new consistent avenues of communication within the schools, with the community, and with the media. Launch a district-wide morale campaign that elevates the idea of being all in. Create programs and community partnerships geared towards facilitating more community healing and unity. Michelle, turn the page.
So before we move on, so like the very first one, rebrand Newburgh Public Schools. So instead of Newburgh Public Schools, it very well could be Newburgh Dundee Public Schools. It's as simple as that. Now, granted, it would be a full rebranding. All the stationery, everything that says Newburgh Public Schools is obsolete. So that would take, it's not cheap, but I think it's a cool idea.
Is this something that can be done without scrap, like a gradual rebranding? Because that would be my recommendation to not, when we order the new whatever stationery,
Right.
instead of, change the brand there instead of ordering now and start that transition. I mean, it'll be a year or two maybe for a full, but I would like to see no scrap.
Yeah,
Yes.
and that idea, were you going to talk about the group we held on August 11th?
I can definitely talk about that, yes.
Okay, because that idea came from a focus group we held that Shelley and Trevor were a part of,
Okay,
talking about all this work.
okay.
Sure, yeah, I can touch on that real quick. We did, it was awesome. We had a focus group a couple of weeks ago that was a good mix of board members, some school employees, community members, just really talking about ways that we can all come to the table and work together with the kind of the common theme being that we all love our kids. We all want our kids to succeed. We all want them to have a wonderful education. That's the thing we can all, obviously agree on, and that's a powerful starting point. So we were talking about ways like what are things that we can do to really make sure that everyone is included. And that came up in the conversation, like Dundee is a big part of our community. They should be portrayed in what we do and mentioned. So that's where it kind of started. It was a great kind of a starting place. It was really the conversation around that. So. Yeah.
In terms of the brand upgrade, I think it can be noted that there's a lot of, unfortunately, very sadly, there's a lot of negative connotation that's brought with the Newburgh name and the brand when you look it up, even just on the internet for somebody who's never been here or heard about it. A lot of things come up that people just, we need to move on and past and move forward as a community. And so this is part of that effort, is the rebranding, changing things just ever so slightly, but bold enough so that it does show that we are moving forward as a community. In an effort to ensure that everyone is included, Newburgh will upgrade the branding to include Dundee, our growing and thriving neighbors who we are privileged to have included in our district. Newburgh wants our branding to reflect our principle of inclusivity as well as our principle of growing together. By adding them to our branding, we recognize that they are an important part of our school experience, and we embrace them as partners in educating our children. The characteristics that you'll see on that page, you'll see a sunshine is rising, a book laid out in the state of Oregon. The color scheme is to pay tribute to the traditional blue and yellow of the high school. A rising gold sun symbolizes a bright future for Newburgh and Dundee students. And the Oregon state symbolizes a movement towards improving education that will start in Newburgh and hopefully spread throughout the state. The open book also symbolizes a hunger for learning and an effort to increase the literacy and reading comprehension for all students. The tagline of All In for Education is an announcement to the world that Newburgh Dundee Public Schools are 100% committed to providing students with a high quality, inclusive, and invigorating educational experience.
Okay. Turn to the next page. So consistent community engagement. Ways we'd like to focus and implement this is obviously more active social media engagement. It's something that we've kind of been slowly easing into and working on, and that's just being more present. Obviously, not everyone is on social media, but quite a few people are. So it isn't just social media, it's every avenue that we can possibly just exhaust in communicating with families and community members. But social media is a starting place. So we just want to make sure everything that we can possibly pull to share on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Our goal is to be more mindful of that. We've noticed too that, every school has their own like Facebook page and they're sharing all kinds of great information. So we're trying to share, like help get the word out.
all of the great things they're doing and working on. And we've received a very positive response. I think people appreciate just knowing, we want to know, what's going on in our district. So the more we can get out to share, highlight, comment on what's happening in our schools, the better. We've talked about possibly doing a TikTok account that would more or less just feature, give little tidbits up inside our schools of the positive programs that are happening. We want to just really highlight the kids that are working together, learning together, growing together, something we're talking about. Weekly news and update video from Dr. Phillips. We've just started that. It's had great response, and he has just agreed to every week, come and highlight and talk about things that are happening in the school, things that are coming up. We've put out a Google form to the public that they can go on and submit questions they have for him, so that every week he can answer some of their questions. It's in an effort to let the community know that he's here. He wants to be a part of the community. He is willing to answer questions that they have. So we'll be doing that every week. And we'll get more and more fun. We're going to get more creative with them, but it's really, the goal is to just give him FaceTime with the community so they can see him and connect with him in that way.
Rose, our
Yes.
first one was just me. The second one, we upgraded. It's me and Scott.
Yes.
The next one will get even better, hopefully kids.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Yes.
I have a question too. Can we, or do we have that ability to put those videos on our website? Like, because like you said, not everybody is on social media.
Mhm.
And so it'd be nice if we could have whatever you're putting on social media be duplicated onto our website.
Yes, I'm actually working on that. I have reached out to our tech department as well as to the company kind of running the website to ask for their help in that. Yeah,
Okay.
right on the front page is hopefully every week we can update it. So it's on our homepage. Yeah.
Yeah, because and that was another question of we are in the process of revamping the website, so it's more user friendly and
Yep.
and is all kind of
Yes.
updated.
We also have a straight email type of communication with all of our district staff, but most of their parents. I mean,
So that is something that we've been discussing. We did not, at first we were not aware that there wasn't a system being used for email blast, if I'm not mistaken. Other platform that's been used in other districts that's worked great has been Peach Jar. I talked to Rose about that and we were giving that discussion because that is very important that we have something that's in place. We can just enter everything in there and blast it out to everyone in the community. For parents, teachers, and like.
earlier we had a discussion, Shelley and Rene brought communication, which we've lacked in for sure.
Yeah.
So that ability, I think our previous person who did communications sent out quite a few emails. And it got to lots of people real quick.
Yeah.
So that would be, I think that's just a way to, for the parents especially, whether it's a simple message, which many small, simple messages, I think, take away some of the anxiety of being a parent, doesn't have to be a big, I love the videos of Dr. Phillips and they're hitting highlights with those little messages coming every day. I think people would check on those real quick if it wasn't too long to read.
Sure. We are actually a couple of things that we are working on on that front. So the school does have a system in place. And right now we have the ability to put together emails and then work with Dr. Phillips' office to get them sent out. And we are working on a weekly newsletter that will go out that just really highlights the important things, kind of an accumulation of from the schools. So the schools, we've connected with each of the schools. They will send us their important highlights. We will kind of get them all together and then send out a weekly newsletter that will basically just highlight all of the important things. So we're working on rolling that in the next week or
Well,
two.
in the past, having my kids that were like in grade school, middle school, high school at the same time. But there's so many cool things that happen, we've only dwelt on the negative last few years. But like the art show at Mountain View last year, it was really good. There's so many good things that go on. There's all the athletics, there's all the plays, there's all the music, but there's all the really cool things that the grade schools do and middle schools do. That if you're a parent, I would go to more of those. I just saw, quick things instead of a big long newsletter. It would just be, 3 or 4 items going, hey, this is going at the meeting, rush and CV. Okay, if I can go, I'll go.
just highlight, yes, there'll be important things. I think that's a great idea. And that's definitely something that we can do because there are a lot of really cool, I mean, just reading, each school has their own, but they're doing great things that if we can just highlight that so that, you know, and parents do know it's coming beforehand, they can attend. I think we should highlight those events. So
Well,
definitely.
if you got a grade school kid and they're playing a band instrument, and they know that high school kids are got a thing going on.
Mhm.
You take a fourth, fifth grader that, they're gonna get pumped.
Sure.
You know, they're seeing these kids that look like pros to them,
Mhm.
and they're good. High school kids are good.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I have another question too. So when do you think the website will be, the new website will be in place?
That's something that we just started talking about, and that will probably be like a bit of a process. It's a big, it's a big process. A
Yeah.
lot of it is because of the big thing is the security around a website like that. So we've just started talking about keeping that security, but making it much more user-friendly where it's just easy to navigate. So
Okay.
it will take some time. Right now, there are limitations that we are working with as far as what we can add and post. It isn't something that we're not able to go in right now at this point and just add a video to the homepage, which is something we'd like to change to where we can have the capability to do something like that.
Okay, and then one more question, sorry. What about working and posting positive things on OSBA, or do you coordinate with them? And that's another thing, I think as a board too, are we gonna stay with OSBA? I heard there is another similar company that is in the works and starting up that I would like to look into of being a part of. But it was really it's really disappointing to me when I get these newsletters from the OSBA and they're highlighting all the positive things going on in other districts. And it's like, nothing. It's like, it's always focused on negative, and it's just so not fair because there is a lot of positive things going on here in Newburgh. And they always tend to just focus on the negative in our district, and that is extremely disappointing. So I don't know how we get across to OSBA. It's like, hey, there is really great things happening here as well.
We will we'll add them to we have a media list, and that was another way that we'd like to really push out the positive is we want to send a press release to our media list every week that just here are the great things, boom, 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 and just start pumping it out. The great things happening and keep them up to date and notified. So we can definitely add OSBA to that list and just every week, something simple, nothing long, but these are just the really great things happening in our district right now or things you might want to know about. And just keep them informed and in the loop so if they choose, they can publish those things. Yeah. So. Okay. Okay. So yes, we hit on the weekly press release. That is something we plan on doing. We've put together a local, statewide media list of and national that we just want them to be aware of all of the great things happening in the Newburgh Dundee School District. So another thing we'd like to discuss is opportunities for further engagement, and that involves the community and the students and families. Things such as regularly scheduled work sessions or black talk discussions with community staff and or board members. I've seen this work in other districts in the state of Oregon, where board members, without a forum, of course, they would host an event on their black talk in one of the schools they would choose, and they would invite the community in, as an example, to come and have a very informal conversation. As we all know that in school board meetings, you can't necessarily just ask a question and expect an answer in there. It doesn't happen like that. Many parents don't understand. It's a way to bridge that gap and allow parents to have questions answered right then and there. And we understand that there's a bit of a different dynamic here in Newburgh, but it is something that we consider trying to host and making it so that it's very informational for the community as well.
I love the idea and the opportunity for a forum, but we are not able to answer individually for the board. So we just review.
It's not for the board. It's just questions, just general questions. Not
Okay.
as the board member, you're not answering as a board member. You're just there. They're just general questions.
We're just hosts and with the, superintendent and staff and facilitate this conversations. Got it. Okay, thank you.
And I will be connecting with the other districts that have done this and where it's worked.
Okay.
Got all of our eyes. We're also going to be hosting regularly scheduled community discussions where we're going to invite the community in to just have discussions with us as moderators, and they can have discussions revolving around education, school, things that are happening. And that's more community and family centered, so that they can actually start having the conversation similar to what we did with Dave Brown and Brian Jenna, where I said, hey, let's ask questions. Let's get that out of the way. We'll have a conversation, start getting to know one another. Student service, we've discussed various student service projects that will also incorporate and involve family, caregivers, and the community, and we're really excited about some of those ideas, all of which are just like around unity and working together, but also have an educational aspect as well. So there's a lot of learning opportunities for that. And then we also want to help empower families to be an effective advocate for students by offering not a training, but similar to a training on how to navigate public education. Again, coming from a parent, like I had no idea how to navigate the public education system. I'm still learning every day. Many parents feel like that. They don't know who to call, what they're allowed to say, what they're not allowed to say. They don't know how board meetings work. And that's just something that we think the community should be, aware of in case they don't know. And make sure they have information.
So this is something that we're really excited about, the educator appreciation. It's been such a great honor and just privilege to work with the Chehalem Valley Chamber of Commerce. They're partnering with us to create, it's a educator passport here in Newburgh. And we have many local businesses just kind of rising up saying we want to support our educators, and not just educators, school employees, anyone who's just working in the education realm in Newburgh and Dundee, to where they can go into these businesses and they're offered, a discount, a special perk. And it's just a way as a community to say thank you, that we're here to support you this year. And so we are working directly with the Chehalem Valley Chamber of Commerce. They have basically found the businesses, and then a way for us to give back to the businesses. We will be featuring one business every week in the weekly newsletter that we will be sending out. So a little bit of their story, kind of like, what they're known for and why they support education. And so it's kind of a win-win. The chamber will be sharing this on their website. So we're trying to really partner and just create like a self-care kind of a thing for these educators, where they go out into their community, they know that they're supported and loved and thanked. So that will be rolling out the first week of school. I'm really excited about that. So any questions about that? All right.
The all-in campaign. So when we say all in, we mean we are ready to give everything we have to ensure that our children receive the best educational opportunities possible. We are in it to win it. That's for all children of every grade level and all children. We will collectively show up every day, put our best foot forward to take great care of the children entrusted to us. We will do this by launching an internal morale campaign that will hopefully trickle into our community. We will start with these posters, which will be posted in classrooms and halls throughout the schools. We'll also pass them out to our local businesses, so that if they choose, they can hang them in their windows. This poster states what we believe about our community and one another. This is a theme we can develop and build upon as we progress the school year. So you see, we have the Newburgh Dundee United, excellence in action, respect different viewpoints. Everyone is loved. Rising together, an opportunity for all. We celebrate each other's successes, and we are all in as Newburgh Public Schools.
I have one thing on that. I like the poster. My only concern is that at the bottom at Newburgh Public Schools, that feels like it's going against the rebranding that we're trying to do.
Great point. And that's, yes, good point. We can very easily change that to include.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Same thing for this poster here. If we're going to start this rebranding, perhaps it should be with the new logo that says Newburgh Dundee on the top of this poster here.
The educational passport.
Yeah.
Was that from the website? That
So this
screenshot?
was actually, thank you to our friends over at the Chehalem Valley. They created this graphic, so we can definitely
We'll update it. when we
update that.
update
Yes,
our
yes.
So we had discussed that. And to be fair, Rose had it, Newburgh Dundee Public Schools. And I said, whoa, We're not there yet.
Okay.
So, because, the only two board members that we talked to about it were Trevor and Shelley.
Hmm.
Right? And I think there's a bigger process. I mean, I'm not saying it shouldn't be done, but I haven't gotten my emails answered yet from the state on how big of a process is it to change the name
Got
from
it.
Newburgh Public Schools to Newburgh Dudley Public Schools?
Well, legally, when I run for election, I think the district is called Newburgh
Yeah.
Dundee, isn't it?
It is, I
Yeah.
think so.
So I think legally it might already be the name of our schools.
Well, at least that's good to know. So I'll check into that, but I mean, and we haven't even discussed. I mean, it sounds like everybody's okay with it, but is everybody okay with it?
Yeah,
To change from
Yeah.
Newburgh? to
I think
Newburgh
it's a
Dundee?
great idea.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Like I said, my only concern is a scrap of materials and et cetera that I would love to avoid. And also, just the timeline as far as legally, and if it's already called that from a legal standpoint, what do we need to do to actually make it so that it's done? So it seems like you already sent out an email inquiry about it, and I don't know if there needs to be a formal vote for us all to say, yeah, go ahead and change it, and if this is the right place for it, but
I can find that out, hopefully by
Okay.
the 13th, September 13th.
okay,
But I mean, it very well could be maybe some technical legal, but I can guarantee you, like my district credit card, it says Newburgh Public Schools.
Yeah, so is the website, Newburgh Public Schools.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. So, yeah, anyway, great. I'm glad you're all on board because I think it's a great idea.
Mhm.
I would just like to say that I would appreciate that you actually acknowledge the lesser populated part of the district.
as the
Being from
representative.
Dundee, yeah.
Whoever's
Be
been
nice
voting
to
is
finally be
excited.
recognized.
Yeah.
I think we've reached that population threshold now that you can include our name.
Well, just that and wine tasting rooms.
Right, yeah.
I think it's great.
I take the opposite approach, with telling this, I would do it 5 minutes ago and I do it fast and I don't care if there's a stack of pads, we'll flip them over and draw pictures on them, so if this is what, I think it's good for our district, we should do it.
I have no idea what is it right now in inventory to say scrap or of what papers and envelopes and things like that. I don't know what it is, and I just don't want to incur
Waste.
costs
We
that
don't need a waste.
I just don't like waste.
Well, I
Money
mean,
is-
even
Money's tight.
all of our email addresses, it's Phillips S at Newburgh K-12.
Yeah,
Is it, are we gonna change it to Newburgh Dundee or just ND?
Yeah, it's always so long.
PS for Newburgh Dundee Public Schools?
I would
No.
think NDPS, if you're gonna go that route of changing our
Yeah.
emails too.
But I mean,
It's fun.
I think there's rocks that we haven't uncovered
Yeah.
yet that are gonna be interesting and not fun every
And
time.
buy a new
that'll be that
domain.
little
and-
one that tripped you.
I just wanted to know that the concerns with how their ballot printing can be exceptionally expensive. However, there are ways, depending on what we're talking about. Excuse me, that some of those costs can be eliminated or reduced significantly depending on what it is. So for example, it's the full decal change versus a full vehicle route on vehicles, I'm not sure. As an example, that would be a much lesser expense.
Yeah.
And there are ways to do it.
Yeah. And when I look at the logo here, I actually, I love the idea of having the Oregon and the brook and whatnot, but I also do like this sun here. That is a sun that is, is a book and it's a sun, and it's very clear on that. So it may be just as simple as, keeping the logo and changing just that Newburgh to Newburgh Dundee. I mean, like I said, creative ways for us to save where we can and maintain what is recognized
Slowly
already.
Transform it.
And without fully transforming, but
Yeah.
including that. So it's just
Yeah.
something to think about.
Yeah, these are just our kind of like mock-ups, and we can definitely develop. I agree. I think our current logo is beautiful. I
Yeah.
think it looks great. I think that having those a dark blue, yellow's tough. It's
Oh,
a
yeah.
tough color.
Yeah, it is.
It's, but so having that blue background just makes it much stronger. It just stands
Yeah.
out and.
Yep.
Yeah.
But we can definitely take that original sun and work with that incorporated, so it's still recognized.
Mhm.
So
love it.
just had a thought.
Yeah.
Maybe on the sun, you have the same number of rays as you do schools, maybe their name on each one of them.
I don't know about the name, because what if we add, in the future,
Yeah.
there might be more schools.
It might get really busy
Added.
too.
We could figure out a way to incorporate something similar to
Symbolic
that.
to that,
Yeah.
I will definitely work on some options for that.
Okay.
Or you could maybe have the names around the border.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we can work some different sites.
Be a young person's fault.
Yes, it is a young person's spot.
Yeah, I just, like I said, save where we can and avoid scrapping if we can. Even though yeah, you don't have to buy a new domain and there's a lot of little steps to be taken to. So
Yeah, Michelle mentioned vehicle wraps. I know we've got some vans that are fully wrapped in the current logo.
And depending on the complexity of those wraps, a simple decal over that would be sufficient. We do know printers that work with that very well.
Oh.
At a Candy, I believe, they can actually figure out a way to make that work at a very low cost. if
That'd be
necessary.
good, because there's gonna be, and I think it's also, if, I guess we're going this way, if we go this way, then in stages.
yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
The courier van probably isn't at the top of our list,
right.
Yeah.
right? It can be.
Yeah.
What's the
and
most
again-
important?
Yeah.
And again, it's something that we can build, really scope this project on cost. We don't have to do it today and start today, but it may be something that, depending on the costs that are going to be incurred, we're going to have to add to the next year's budget and then approve it and say, hey, these are the 10 to 12 to 30 to 50 things that we will need to do. Here are the costs. Let's approve it and make it formal. But I do like the idea of the rebranding to include, I just think that we need to be very mindful that making a decision, knowing that we're all in agreement is great, but that decision has some costs and we need to be very mindful of that and really scope this project so that we do not have the scrutiny of the public saying, oh, it's going to cost $1,000. They didn't even talk about it. No, I want to know all the details about that.
And
that would,
we're actually working on getting some of those details put together, we're just trying to ascertain what you have now in terms of things that you have now that need to be changed, and we'll try and put together a presentation of costs. And how we can
I
stage
love
that
it.
out and what to expect.
And in phases, that was our idea too, in phases. It would be it wouldn't all be at once, but we would break it down by phase, have the costs associated with that phase that. To be our next step.
So if you can get the facelift for all of the things. Surgery over here, you put them in places. Some of this.
Yes.
Just
Great analogy, Michelle.
I
Thank
did,
you.
Way to keep it relatable to the group.
I did apply for a grant from the Full Family Foundation. Not to do the full rebranding, but to help with some of the legwork and help with some of the group. Because I think that we need to, involve the kids. For instance, one idea we had was this all-in poster. I think it'd be neat to print off a bunch of those that are just in black and white. And you could hand them out to your kindergarten and first graders and they get to color them in. And as they're coloring them in, you're talking to them about what does it mean to respect others' viewpoints and what does it mean to rise together. And so things like that, some of the, and then we're talking about having a t-shirt competition. If the new kind of motto of the district is we're all in for education, it'd be neat to ask kids in different buildings to design us a t-shirt. What kind of t-shirt would be cool that you would wear? And, so that grant that I wrote, hopefully we get it. It's 25,000. Did buy a lot of t-shirts, a lot of posters, and involving the kids like that, I think is really important.
I like that.
Okay.
All right. Almost done. Okay, so this is our last kind of rule, actually going on with what Dr. Phyllis just said, kind of new programs and community partnerships. The goal here is to create enrichment opportunities for students and really children in the community. And I'll just start with some more after school enrichment programs. We had some ideas of what are ways that we can get our youth to do things together that are enriching their educational experience. And we'd like to maybe open up opportunities for homeschool children as well to participate in those enrichment opportunities. We have a large homeschool, as you may know, population in Newburgh. And so we were thinking of looking into options such as, this is just an example. There is a company in McMinnville called Snapology. They put on these amazing camps. They use the STEAM, science, technology, engineering, art, and math. And they are teaching kids robotics and engineering, and they are amazing. They do such a great job. And it would just be a great way to kind of provide add-on to what kids are already learning, but more hands-on. And it's something that potentially homeschool families could extend an invitation for them to come and join in. It would be an after-school situation. So that's just an example. It's just kind of first came to our minds. Another thing we'd like to encourage, again, with this all-in theme, is really getting parents inside the school more. We'd like to really highlight more volunteer opportunities, really talk about parents having a seat at the table, and making them feel like they are a part of this. We want them to be all in with us as well. And so that's something we're talking a lot about, is what does that look like, and how do we open up more opportunities and highlight those opportunities and get parents excited to volunteer and to be present more inside the school. Another thing that Dr. Phillips mentioned and we thought we could build on is the more creative and entrepreneurial opportunities for students. So we know, like, for instance, the high schoolers are able to print t-shirts, and they're already kind of working in that way. So if we're able to give kids more challenges with this all-in theme in designing things, it might be a great way to teach our high school students, especially, how to grow themselves as entrepreneurs, and maybe even create more of, like, learn how to kind of create and then market this brand of all in. So we thought that might be a fun thing, just to kind of bring in people who would be willing to come in and talk about what it means to be an entrepreneur and how to take on, just kind of another way to build on that, on a new theme that we're introducing. So I think that's it. And then we had a page of just some other fun designs here we're working on for potential just future all in.
So on the August 11th meeting that we had, like, as I mentioned, 2 board members, Scott and I. We had Rose, we had Mark Brown from the high school, Jillian from the district office. We had 2 city council members, Elise Yarnell and
Denise Bacon.
Denise Bacon. We had Leo from the district office. Anyway, we had a pretty good group, and pretty wide, frankly, political spectrum kind of group. And Mark Brown really championed this idea of all in, and that we need to be all in for kids. And in his mind, it was kind of a reference to poker. When you're all in, you're committed, and you're all in. And so I'm going to hand these out. His idea was to make poker chips, and they have Newburgh on there, and it says all in. Now, I guess hindsight, we did talk about this, but we ended up putting Newburgh Public Schools on. Because we weren't.
You weren't all in.
That's true. Well, yeah. And so, anyway, I wanted to give everybody a chip that, and Mark's a great thinker if you haven't met him. And he says, you keep this in your pocket. And when you're maybe not quite all in, maybe you'll reach in your pocket, find it, and realize, I'm not giving all I can today. I need to be all in for kids. And so we're going to be presenting these to the staff on Tuesday at our all staff in service with the whole district. And he'll talk to them real quick about what it means to be all in for kids. So I think that's really powerful.
Something else he mentioned too, that when you're all in, it takes a lot of courage, it takes a lot of guts. If you ever played that game of poker and you're like, I'm all in, all of it.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of courage, but that's an extremely contagious. Courage is very contagious to say, you know what? I'm putting myself and what I'm feeling today aside, and I'm going to focus on these kids. I'm all in for them. And I think that that's a very contagious way of thinking.
Rose, you've had a royal flush,
What's that?
a royal flush.
Have I had a real flush?
No, I have.
Oh,
You've had a royal flush in an actual game of poker?
When you're all in,
You're all in.
take a chip, jump all in. Worked out well. Thank you.
Unless you got a poker face there.
Yeah.
Know what you're up to.
So,
Does anybody have any questions for Rose and Michelle?
I would say one thing I everybody chew on it. We don't have to answer this today. We have a few more things to clean up, but Sherwood does this and other districts do this throughout the state. Sherwood's had a pretty cool tradition for a long time, but they're maroon and black and maroon white. It's like their school color. But they go all the way down to the middle school and their high schools. They always have. And we have, I coached at Mountain View for 10 years in football, basketball, and the school colors over there are kind of green and blue. And then you have CV has their colors. And then our grade schools. I'd really like to see us, especially when it comes to gear and all this kind of stuff, that if we could go blue and gold, they don't have to be necessarily called the Tigers at that school. They could still be called, the Mountain View Wildcats, but they have the same colors. Then our kids will come to the games and everybody, the parents are buying that gear. And if they have multiple kids, are not wearing one sweatshirt to green and blue to Mountain View, because green doesn't work in Newburgh High School. That looks like Tigers. So, I would like to see us kind of go to that. That's just a little thing amongst the whole rebranding.
School down south.
We can make a real powerful statement across the community. Because then all of a sudden you have a lot of kids, little kids, walking to school, but when they go to a game, they're wearing their sweatshirt like Steve's wearing. And they're at the game and they're really proud of that. You go to Sherwood game, and that's what they do. After a football game at Sherwood, the entire field fills up with those kids. And they're all out there wearing the same colors. They're not Mountain View in high school, they are Sherwood. And I think that always has been something powerful Sherwood is.
I
Well, now-
absolutely agree with that.
I like
That goes with their youth sports programs where their high school varsity coach then, Greg Lawrence. He used to put everything in, and the kids in the grade school were doing the same thing that the high school did. And it left them with it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the middle schools, they I guess, I'm sorry, I apologize for my ignorance, but they have a different mascot than,
Yeah.
They do.
but do they play against each other from a school perspective, or is it just,
Times have changed. They don't play other schools.
right, because
It's all
it
Park
goes
and
through
Rec, or
the
it's
park and rec,
club
so,
level.
okay.
So
I think you hit on something very important. It's definitely a little confusing, like kind of navigating who's what color. And I think having that very firm identity, like the blue and the gold, and really like creating some cool swag out of that for our games and stuff, like swag for the kids.
you're also parent
Yeah.
cost.
Mhm.
I had a kid the other day at tennis camp, Ty DeLay came to play, help me coach. And he's wearing a sweatshirt that I made 5-6 years ago. And I go, where'd you get that? And he goes, saw it Goodwill. And he picked it up and he goes, a little more old school. He loved it.
Oh.
It's my favorite sweatshirt. He bought it for like $4. And so once you have that same color throughout, that kind of stuff will happen too. Where that stuff, you're never recreating. It's always gear that's newer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
That's a great.
thanks you guys very much for your presentation.
No, thank you for having us.
Oh, I
Yeah,
didn't know, too, that, the Dundee school, their parents got together and did these awesome murals.
Yes.
Can we promote that somehow?
So yes, so I did
That was
actually,
really
I
cool.
shared it.
Those were beautiful.
But that's something that we should go, I'd like to go and get some good photos, and I think that's so cool, and it looks
Yeah.
wonderful, it looks
Really
nice.
professional and nice. Yeah.
Yes, I think we should.
So anyway, I saw that on a feed and I'm like, how come this isn't on
So that's
our site? I don't know where I saw it, but
I saw it and then I shared it on the Newburgh district site.
okay, maybe that's where I saw it.
But I feel like it'd be something that we should even expand on that,
Yeah,
because that's
really cool. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna move on. We got just a few more minutes, you guys. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you, lady. Have a
So,
great
thank you very
day.
much.
you.
Bye. Thank you very much.
Great work.
Yes, thank you.
Great work. Board members, we're gonna finish really quick here. We're almost done. Lot going on. Will be announcement, a couple announcements here. Back to you. So your last question, I told you, what was your career, your main job, not your resume. This is a quick answer. I'll start and I'm gonna go back this way. Actually, Scott's come back in. I'm gonna go back to Trevor. You'll be number 2. I want you guys to find out a little bit more about each other, especially because Shelley and Ron are here. But your career, main job for me, 20 years Newburgh High School in education, and then 56 different seasons coaching basketball, football, and tennis paid jobs in Newburgh Public Schools. Run.
Industrial manufacturing engineer graduate from OSU. I've worked at NEC, GE Interlogic, Suntron. My latest job was at Land Research. And spent almost 28 years in the military, 12 and a half enlisted as a vehicle operator, and 15 years as a aircraft maintenance officer.
What kind of vehicle?
Oh, I actually had my CDL for. I got rid of it a few years ago.
Was there one that you primarily drove or?
I always liked, when I was in Turkey, we had like one of those World War II Jeeps.
Oh, that's awesome.
And it was signed into some guys from the Navy who liked Humvees, so we traded. I got to drive around the kind of wheelie Jeep.
That's so cool.
I like to do some.
Raquel?
I practiced dentistry for a few years and then so I have that background and now I do regulatory of medical devices and telecom devices.
Right.
Software project management.
What's that?
Hence the get online, Dave.
We worked so hard to make this searchable, Dave.
Right, Ron.
Well, after bouncing around aimlessly after high school for a few years, including 2 unsuccessful stints in college, my college roommate, longtime friend's dad said, you need to fill out an application for the city of Portland, which I did, forgot about it. 2 years later, I get called in for an interview. And start to work January 24th, 1974, which is also 2 days after the last time I shaved my full face. So this beard is older than most of you in this room. But I worked for the city of Portland, various and finished as software configuration for maintenance management. Just 1 month short of 32 years. So I'm now one of those awful PERS retirees that you hear about.
You're the problem.
I worked, my first career was in symphony music. I was with the San Jose Symphony for about 10 years. And then I switched dramatically, went to corporate sales for LexisNexis, Westlaw, selling to attorneys, mostly for corporate legal departments in Silicon Valley. And I was commissioned only like new sales. So it was good training. And we moved to Newburgh about 6 years ago. We have a vineyard. We grow fruit and we sell fruit. We love Newburgh.
Thank you. Ray.
I started out in desktop publishing and graphic design. Worked for a publishing firm in Denver and was the assistant art director for that firm. And then got into fine arts, been an art teacher for junior high and high school for about 8 years, did murals, and now I'm a design consultant for my husband's building. So I do interior design and help customers picking out finishes for their homes. I dabbled a little bit with real estate. Got my license in that, did that for a few years. And so now I'm just being a board member and doing my art full time. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Davin.
Let's see, I started with my husband's construction company, bookkeeping work, joined the school district in 2012. The job I'm most proud of is being a mom and a Mimi.
Oh,
I have 2 children that went to the Newburgh public schools, and now I have 3 finished.
wow.
Thank you.
I forgot about the Mimi thing. I'm not a Mimi though. I'm just a grandma. I didn't get my official certain name, grandma name. because somebody else took the Mimi thing.
Well, in that case, I'm a GG.
Yeah,
I'm a great
great,
grandfather.
yes, yes.
Scott, you're up.
I didn't hear what the original question
Just your
was.
career, what have you done most of you?
Career, I've been 9.5 years in the Army Reserves, was a infantry officer. It's been over 30 years in K-12 public education, started off as a custodian and have worked my way up through the process. And my official title is Pappy as a grandfather.
Oh, I love that.
Happy.
Happy.
Steve?
Math teacher, where I started, coach. And I was vice principal and I was a director, superintendent. And, yeah, so about 10 years as super.
Okay, official title is. Drink if you got, but it's Papa Dave. Right there. One last question. It's about John.
What about your?
Yeah.
He did.
No, he
Yeah,
was first.
he was
He went
first.
first.
He led by example.
Remind me again what you did for.
Coaching.
Oh, right.
So now this is a tougher one, and you can always pass on these questions, but again, I'll start. You have a second to think. I'm gonna go this way this time. So this one asked us in Texas, a big group of people, and it stunned people. A lot of people really had some really interesting answers. So your biggest fear. My biggest fear is heights. In South Dakota, a person in a side-by-side with 7 of us named Adam pulled up through a field. And we're on a 1,000-foot cliff, 8 feet from my door. And my biggest fear is heights. So you know how well that went for me. So heights.
I thought it would be sauces.
Condiments.
Sauces.
I don't like heights either, but maybe real deep water. Like, yeah, I'm not a good swimmer, so deep water.
Or it's got.
For me, it's heights as well. When I was in the Army, in the infantry, they were pushing me hard to be a ranger and to be an airborne ranger, which means jumping out of planes. And this guy was going to do that. And that's 1A. 1B would have been snakes. I didn't want to go to Pathfinder school in Panama where the snakes were bigger than I was. So those two things for me, those are 1A and 1B.
Okay. Yeah.
Definitely heights for me. My kids, really hard time about that. And drive and then, off the side and trying to point that out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you, children.
yeah.
Renee.
Yeah, mine would be heights. I don't like deep water either. Like if I'm in the ocean, I have to be able to see. I don't go out where I'm like, oh, what's under there? And then big spiders. I can handle I can do little spiders and get rid of them, but can you imagine like those tarantulas? And then my son was over in Afghanistan. He sent pictures of those desert things. Oh my gosh. I'm like, I would just be terrified and would not be able to sleep if I saw one of those. So.
Shelley.
I have a fear of cooking for company. I was the youngest of 3 daughters, and my mother was just so burnt out by the time she got to me. It's like, just go upstairs, play your drums, just get away. So I literally can't sleep the night before. I can't have him in the kitchen talking to me. And thank God I married a great cook. Oh, yes, thank you.
There you go.
My wife says the same thing. Oh, I have a rational fear of heights, and I'll tell you how I developed it. There is a bridge that's now a conduit bridge that goes across the Willamette down where the old mill site used to be. When I was a wee bairn, we used to take hogs over to the slaughterhouse in St. Paul. We'd cross that bridge. You've got 2 big hogs in there going to market. My dad's got a 53 Chev pickup. It's already kind of old. The back end's like this. It's wobbling around. And the bridge wobbled, and my dad drove 20. And so we're on this bridge. The truck is wobbling, the bridge is wobbling, I'm wobbling, and since then, forget it.
Brian.
I don't have a lot in the way of like irrational fears. The closest thing I have is not so much heights, but just a cliff edge with no protective fence to keep me falling off it. Like that will make the hair on the back of my neck.
So that glass 4 over the Grand Canyon,
I would not have a problem with that, honestly. I like, I can lean over the fence and look down into the great
I can't.
depths. But the no edge there, that's a falling off. That's.
Yeah, I agree with the heights. I'm also, but when you first asked the question, what first popped into my mind was and it's gonna sound silly, but I have a fear that my children I fear for them to not be successful or sufficient and able to do well in the world when I'm gone. So I have a true fear of that. So I'm like, right, so.
I think that's called being a parent.
Yeah.
You know,
That's what's grandparent.
That's funny you said that, because that's probably one of the things I worry about the most, to just, I mean, I've got great kids, but just them not reaching their full potential or. And then going back to the water, I guess my irrational fear is just, I like to see what's under me, so I got certified in scuba and going over the abyss, even though you know you're not going to sink, you know, it's not going to be something that's going to attack. Well, yeah, just that unknown, just that going from being able to see what's in your peripheral to just darkness.
Well, you guys, I think, it's time to wrap. I wanted just to do some questions. So we, especially with all the new, changes we've had, let's just scratch the surface. We do all this work for volunteer. These three make the big bucks. But we have a lot of work to do. We need to spend more time just focusing on the positive things in the school district and our business side. We spend a lot of time going backwards. Now it's time to move forward as far as what we're getting done. So with the board goals on there, we've got to get stopped right now. We don't have any more time. So the challenge will be, Steve just said that we can, the 27th, I believe you said in September, we'll have another board meeting. We might have to do a little mini work session, would be before the start of the regular board meeting, maybe for just a little bit. But it also gives each of us the time to focus on what you perceive as a board goal. And you don't have to wait until then. Go ahead and send it to myself or Brian or Dr. Phillips. And then also these board goals and Steve Scott will have a lot to put in those too. So if there's something that's really striking you, try to, you have to write out a couple of paragraphs about it and explain it, do that. If we can close at that, without put us an end to our thing here.
We are at the end.
Hey, Dave.
Adjourn and all.
Dave, before we close up,
Yeah.
I just want to say, can we try to hit our goal of actually making one of our 2 meetings a month a work session? Because we've always talked about that. And, I know we haven't been able to do it for obvious reasons.
Thanks for bringing it up. I think that's something we want to do in the past a lot, and it just kept kind of getting rebuffed. And then part of that too was just COVID, the craziness of trying to be Zoom or not Zoom, whatever. So Brian, thank you. The work session would be, we'd have one business meeting, which puts a little more pressure on us if we thought, because we have to get all of the votes and those things that are the nuts and bolts done. But hopefully we'll have our meeting with you guys where we'll be getting through our comments or public comments efficiently, quickly. When you do your board comments, again, we're moving forward, we're not going backwards. So we'll try to keep this to, again, if you go to Maple Rush and you talk to Mrs. Smith, the teacher, and you did this, we don't need to hear about, our road trip to summer type thing. Let's just keep it towards education or an experience you had with maybe a public person, a meeting or something like that, that you could talk about maybe, but we'll keep it short and sweet. And you don't have to make a comment. I think it's important you do make a comment. I really do. I think it's important you just sit back and say, hey, I didn't get to Maple Rush, but I'm going to go next week. So the public knows you're engaged. When we say no comment, sometimes I think they perceive that as you don't care.
Yeah, right.
So try to have something to say. And then with that, I'll talk to Steve.
Can I
and
say
we'll try to get that scheduled. Yeah.
I just wanted to share that that the Red Hills Church I think it's really cool. I just want to mention that they are collecting school supplies. They did this whole thing. And if you get them to them on Sunday, they're going to be distributing all these school supplies to school. So I think that's just really cool. And I just wanted to give them a
Another-
thank you for that.
And another comment also on the board meetings, I see that they are always scheduled at 7. Is there a possibility of them starting earlier? Because
I
some
was gonna
people
mention that earlier.
go to bed at 8.
Raise your hand,
Some people, one person.
Okay, raising the hand.
raise your hand if you would like to go earlier.
But it's really hard for some people
Hands
that
down.
work.
Raise your
Yeah.
hand if you'd like to go later. Folks up.
I mean, I have a job and I kind of like to eat dinner.
Oh, okay.
This goes back then to the very specific point of getting our meetings. I think we could get done in 90 minutes if we were very hard. Steve and I talked about this, and we just need to be efficient.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the meeting starting at 7 if it's going to end by 8:30, 9 at the most. Because I already know that on that Tuesday, I'm going to miss the bedtime routine in our house, which is take to bed, make sure you brush your teeth and all of that. But it puts a really toll on me if that, lasts all the way till 10, 11, because it's,
Well,
You
that
know.
said, we're gonna try to,
So
Steve
midnight
said
sound?
something to me early on, you guys, that was a really good comment. I really liked it. And, yeah, I might have to talk on this, but it was, word count. That's great. I'm gonna put that on a t-shirt. Word count. So when we get into a meeting, we're gonna challenge our staff to be the same way. So when they come in here, we have certain staff that like to go for half hour, we'll stop that. And it's gonna be quick.
you hand the gravel.
So then they can do the email to us and then we can condense our time down.
Okay,
And when we have something super important, these guys will let us know when we have to spend more time, then we'll do that. We need to wrap because people got a place to go. So I'm gonna adjourn the meeting now.
What's the Tiger preview thing at anytime?
That's where we are.